For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack. It was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army. Their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Lias understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Lias. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the US Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Leas's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Leas's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Leas, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Leas did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. I'm standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense, The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print for weeks beforehand on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian. He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom.
They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labour, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the 2nd floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure, animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke.
Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song. It mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains. Imagine a man standing in the twilight of the Appalachian Mountains. A shotgun roars, and the buckshot tears through the air, striking him square in the face. But the man doesn't fall. He doesn't even scream. He simply spits the lead pellets onto the ground as if they were cherry pits, a cold grin spreading across his face. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was the reality for those who dared to cross Tally Iron Jaws Hall. The whispers in Wise County said he was more than a man. They said he was enchanted, that bullets couldn't kill him. But was he a demon born of mountain folklore? Or was the truth something far stranger, something hidden in the very marrow of his bones? Today, we separate the legend from the man to find out what really made Tally Hall the bandit who couldn't be killed. To understand the man, you must first understand the mountains that made him. In the late 19th century, Wise County, Virginia, was a world unto itself. It was a labyrinth of steep hollows, dense forests, and rushing creeks where the outside world felt 1,000,000 miles away. The land was both a provider and a tyrant. It gave families corn from the bottomlands and game from the woods, but it demanded back-breaking work in return. Life here was simple, hard, and governed by unwritten laws older than any courthouse. Family was everything, and an insult to your kin was an insult to you. In this world, Mabra Tally Hall was born. He wasn't born a monster or a legend. He was just another mountain boy, learning the ways of his people. And in these parts, the most important craft, the very lifeblood of the local economy, was turning corn into whiskey. Moonshining wasn't seen as a crime by many. It was a tradition, a skill passed from father to son. It was how you turned a surplus crop into cash, how you paid for medicine, tools, or a piece of land to call your own. Tally learned the trade early, mastering the art of the still, understanding the subtle science of fermentation and distillation under the dark Appalachian night. He was a big man, powerfully built from a life of hard labor. People knew him as strong, quiet, and fiercely protective of his own. He worked his still, provided for his family, and lived by the mountain code. In these early days, he was just a distiller, respected for the quality of his product. He was part of a community of others just like him, men who saw the federal government's whiskey tax not as a law to be obeyed, but as an intrusion by a foreign power trying to steal the bread from their tables. The conflict wasn't just about money, it was about pride and independence. The people of these mountains had always taken care of themselves. They built their own homes, grew their own food, and settled their own disputes. The arrival of federal marshals, the revenuers, was seen as a declaration of war on their entire way of life. These outsiders didn't understand the mountains or the people who lived in them. They saw moonshiners as simple criminals, not as farmers and family men trying to survive. And in this simmering tension, the seeds of Tally Hall's future were sown. He wasn't just making whiskey, he was making a stand. Every barrel he sold was an act of defiance. But this quiet rebellion couldn't last forever. The government was determined to enforce its laws, and men like Tally were just as determined to resist. The calm of the mountains was about to be shattered by the crack of rifles, and a simple moonshiner named Tally Hall would soon be forced to become something far more dangerous to survive. The world was coming for him, and it would learn that he would not be taken easily. The law came for Tally Hall not with a polite knock, but with the splintering of wood and the cold gleam of rifle barrels. It happened on a misty morning, deep in a holler where the smell of sour mash hung heavy in the air. Tally was working his still with his brother when two federal marshals, led by a man named Red Blevins, crashed through the undergrowth. They weren't there to talk, they were there to make an example. With a sneer, Blevins kicked over a barrel of fermenting corn, the lifeblood of the Hall family business spilling into the dirt. For a mountain man, this was more than the destruction of property. It was a profound insult, a strike against his pride and his ability to provide. Tally stood frozen for a moment, his massive hands clenched into fists. He didn't say a word. According to the stories passed down, Marshal Blevins then raised his axe, not to the still itself, but to the worm, the delicate copper coil that was the heart of the operation. As the axe came down, something inside Tally Hall snapped. The quiet distiller was gone, and in his place stood something far more primal. What happened next became the first chapter of his legend. Tally didn't reach for a gun. He lunged forward, moving with a speed that was terrifying in a man his size. He met the marshals not with bullets, but with bone and sinew. He broke one man's arm with a single brutal twist,
and sent the other flying with a blow to the chest that knocked the wind clean out of him. Red Blevins, the leader, found himself lifted off the ground by his throat, staring into eyes that held no mercy. Tali didn't kill him. He simply threw him down the hillside like a sack of grain, leaving him broken and humiliated. The marshals limped back to the town of Wise, carrying with them not just bruises and broken bones, but a story of a man who fought like a cornered bear. The line had been crossed. This was no longer about an unpaid tax. Tali Hall had assaulted federal officers. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and his name was no longer just whispered among moonshiners. It was now spoken with fear and anger in the courthouse. He was officially a fugitive, a wanted man with a price on his head. Tali knew what this meant. There was no going back. He couldn't return to a quiet life. He had stood his ground, and now the full weight of the law was coming for him. But instead of running, he dug in. He gathered his brothers and his kin, men who believed in the same code he did. The forest that had been his workshop now became his fortress. The first drops of blood had been shed, not by Tali, but by the government's attempt to break him. And Tali Hall had answered in the only language he knew they would understand. The war had begun. With a price on his head, Tali Hall became the most hunted man in Wise County. But hunting him and catching him were two very different things. The mountains were his kingdom, and he moved through them like a ghost. This drove his rivals, other moonshiners whose business he had crushed with his own brand of violent enforcement, to a point of desperation. They decided to do what the law couldn't. They set a trap on the Pound Gap, a treacherous road that snaked through the mountains, a place where a man could disappear without a trace. They waited in the deep shadows as Tali rode alone, a silhouette against the rising moon. As he passed a narrow bend, the night erupted. A shotgun blast, fired from less than 20 feet away, struck him full in the head and upper body. The sound echoed through the holler, a deafening roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Tali's horse shrieked and crumpled to the ground, its legs tangled in a dying heap. The ambushers stepped out from their cover, rifles ready, expecting to see a body. But Tali Hall was still standing. He swayed on his feet, stunned by the impact, but he did not fall. The men watched in frozen disbelief as he slowly raised a hand to his face. There was a strange, gravelly sound, and then he spat something dark onto a broadleaf plant on the roadside. He did it again and again. The moonlight caught the objects, and the attackers felt a cold dread creep up their spines. They were lead pellets, buckshot. He was spitting the bullets out of his own flesh. It was in this moment that the man died, and the legend was born. The attackers weren't looking at a moonshiner anymore. They were looking at something torn from the pages of a dark folk tale, a creature the mountains themselves had made. He took a step towards them, his face a mask of cold fury. One of the men, shaking with fear, raised his rifle and fired again. The bullet slammed into Tali's chest with a sickening thud, a sound like a hammer hitting stone. It barely staggered him. The sounds that followed were not of gunfire. They were the sounds of snapping wood as Tali ripped a rifle from one man's hands and broke it over his knee like a twig. They were the dull, heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh, followed by choked-off cries of pain. He didn't use a gun. He didn't need to. He moved among them like a storm, and when the terrible, frantic noise was over, only silence remained. He left the men broken and scattered on that lonely road, a living testament to his unnatural resilience. From that night on, he was no longer just Tali Hall. He was Iron Jaws Hall. The story spread like wildfire, carried on hushed whispers from one holler to the next. They said he was protected by a witch, that he had made a pact with the devil. The truth, doctors would speculate many years later, may have been a rare medical condition called Paget's disease, which causes bones to become abnormally thick and dense, essentially creating a form of natural armor. But in the dark woods of Wise County, no one cared about a medical diagnosis. The only truth that mattered
was the one they saw with their own eyes and heard in the terrified tales of the survivors. Tally Hall was enchanted. He was bulletproof, and if you shot him, you had better pray you killed him with the first shot, because you would not get a second. The silence that fell over Pound Gap after the failed ambush was deeper and more terrifying than the roar of the shotgun that had started it. The broken men who dragged themselves back to civilization did not speak of a botched attack. They spoke of a nightmare. They told a story not of a fight, but of an encounter with something inhuman, something that ate lead and paid it back with crushing force. Their words, laced with genuine terror, were far more potent than any rumor. The legend of Iron Jaws Hall was no longer a whispered bit of folklore. It was now a sworn testimony, sealed in fear. Tally Hall himself seemed to understand the power of what had happened. He didn't retreat deeper into the mountains. Instead, he did the opposite. He became more visible, more brazen. He knew that fear was a more effective weapon than any rifle. His reputation preceded him, a silent, invisible guard that cleared his path. Other moonshiners, men who had once been his rivals, now fell in line. They either paid him a tribute to operate, a tax of their own, or they got out of the business entirely. To defy Tally was to challenge a man who bullets supposedly couldn't harm. No one was willing to take that chance. The authorities were now faced with an impossible situation. The reward for Tally's capture was increased, becoming a small fortune for the time. But money meant nothing against superstition. Deputies who were brave enough to face a dozen armed men would hesitate at the thought of confronting Tally Hall alone. Informants dried up, their fear of the law replaced by a much more primal fear of iron jaws. The manhunt, once an active pursuit, became a cold case file gathering dust on a shelf. They were hunting a ghost who was very much alive, a man who ruled a shadow empire from the heart of their jurisdiction. The community became a landscape of fear and fascination. On one hand, Tally was a boogeyman. People would lock their doors a little tighter at night, and his name was used to frighten misbehaving children. He was the embodiment of the violence and lawlessness that festered in the deep woods. But on the other hand, a quiet, grudging respect grew for him in some corners. He was a mountain man, one of their own, who was single-handedly defying the federal government and winning. He was a symbol, however dark, of Appalachian grit and refusal to bow down. The ashes of that ambush on Pound Gap were not from a fire, but from the smouldering ruin of Tally Hall's mortality. What was left was a silence born of pure dread. He had become the undisputed king of the Wise County underworld, not just a criminal, but a living legend whose power was rooted in the belief that he could not be killed by ordinary means. The law was powerless, his rivals were terrified, and Tally Iron Jaws Hall walked the mountains not as a fugitive, but as a conqueror. Tally Iron Jaws Hall never stood trial in a courthouse. He was never made to sit on a hard wooden bench and listen to lawyers argue over his fate. The law of men, with its warrants, judges and juries, proved utterly powerless against him. His trial was a rolling, years-long affair, held in the dark hollows and on the treacherous mountain roads. The prosecuting attorneys were the bounty hunters and federal marshals who came for him, and the evidence they presented was the buckshot and rifle slugs they fired his way. The bounty on his head grew to be a legendary sum, drawing daring men from neighboring states. They came with new rifles and hardened resolve, dreaming of the fame and fortune that would come from bringing in Iron Jaws Hall. They formed posses, laid intricate traps, and combed the mountains, convinced they would succeed where others had failed. They were, in effect, a traveling court, come to Wise County to deliver a sentence. But Tally Hall was his own defense attorney, and his arguments were brutally effective. One by one, the posses were outsmarted, the traps were sidestepped, and the bounty hunters were met with a terrifying response. Some were found beaten near to death, left as a warning on the side of a road. Others simply vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. The verdict in each of these violent encounters was the same. Tali Hall walked away. He was judged by the laws of survival, and in that court he was consistently found innocent by virtue of being the last man standing. This was not justice, it was dominance. Tali had replaced the law of the land with his own law of fear. But the justice of the mountains is a patient, cruel thing. For every man he intimidated, he created an enemy. For every family he terrorized, he sowed the seeds of a future reckoning. His invincibility had made him arrogant, and he had forgotten the most fundamental rule of his world. There is always someone tougher, someone more desperate, or someone with a better aim. The final trial came without warning. A lawman, some say a deputy named Doc Swindle, decided the only way to stop a legend was to meet it head-on. He didn't come with a warrant. He came with a rifle and a resolve as hard as the mountain stone. He hunted Tali not as a lawman pursuing a criminal, but as a predator stalking its prey. He found him on a lonely path, and there was no talk, no chance to surrender. The air cracked with the sound of a single, well-aimed shot. This time, iron jaws fell. He hit the dirt, and this time he did not get back up. The bullet, they say, was special. Some claim it was silver, others that it was filled with mercury, designed to overcome whatever magic protected him. But whether it was magic or lead, the verdict was finally in. Tali Hall was guilty, and the sentence was death. It was a verdict delivered not by a jury, but by a lone gunman, and it raises the ultimate question. Was this the law of men at last catching its fugitive? Or was it simply the brutal, unforgiving justice of the mountains finally claiming one of its own? Tali Iron Jaws Hall was buried in a small, remote cemetery in Wise County, not far from the lands he once ruled. For years, his grave was marked only by a simple fieldstone, as if even in death, people were afraid to carve his name for fear of what it might conjure. Today, a more formal headstone stands, a silent testament to the man who was once a living terror. Local historians and descendants still visit, standing over the patch of earth that finally managed to hold him, and they wonder. The physical landscape has changed. Pound Gap is no longer a treacherous dirt track, but a paved highway, US Route 23, that carries thousands of cars a day. Commuters and truckers speed through the cut in the mountain, their minds on schedules and destinations, completely unaware that they are passing through the very spot where a man once stood and spat buckshot back at his would-be killers. But for those who know the story, a drive through the gap, especially as evening falls, feels different. The shadows seem deeper, and the wind whistling through the rocks sounds like a whisper from the past. The legend of Iron Jaws has outlived the man by more than a century. It survives in the oral traditions of Appalachia, a story told by grandparents to their grandchildren, a campfire tale that happens to be true. While modern science offers a plausible explanation in the form of Paget's disease, that dry medical term has none of the power or romance of the legend. In the mountains, the story of the enchanted Moonshiner who couldn't be killed by bullets remains the preferred version. It speaks to a deeper truth about the region, a belief in the extraordinary, and a deep-seated suspicion of simple explanations. The name Hall still echoes through Wise County and the surrounding region. The descendants carry not just the name, but the complex legacy of their infamous ancestor. For some, it's a dark chapter best forgotten, a stain of violence on the family history. For others, it's a source of a strange, defiant pride, a reminder of an ancestor who refused to bow to anyone, who was a king in his own right, however brutal his reign. The story hasn't vanished. It's simply gone underground, living on in family Bibles and hushed conversations. The mountains remember everything, and the shadow of Tali Iron Jaws Hall is a long one. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the start of our journey. Was Tali Iron Jaws Hall truly enchanted by bullets?
The logical mind points to science, to the rare bone disease that likely turned his skull and ribs into a natural, horrifying armor. And perhaps that is the simple, factual truth. But in the mountains, the truth is rarely simple. The real magic wasn't in his bones, it was in the power of belief. His legend became a weapon more potent than any gun, a shield more effective than any steel plate. The fear he created was so real, so absolute, that it may as well have been a genuine enchantment. This is a story that goes beyond a simple tale of a mountain outlaw. It is a raw and brutal lesson about the soul of Appalachia itself. It's a story about the fierce, untamable spirit of independence, but also a dark warning of what that spirit can become when it's stripped of its humanity. Tally Hall began as a man defending his way of life, a symbol of resistance against an outside world he didn't trust. But in his war against the law, he became a tyrant far more terrifying than any government agent, a monster who preyed on his own people. He is the ultimate Appalachian paradox, a folk hero and a villain forged in the same fire. The story of Iron Jaws teaches us that some legends are born not from fantasy, but from a truth so strange it has to be seen to be believed. He was a man of flesh and blood, but he became something more, an idea, a nightmare, a force of nature. Force. He walked the earth for a time, a king in a kingdom of shadows and fear, until the mountains that created him finally took him back. His name is now a whisper on the wind, a reminder that the old wild magic of these hills has not entirely faded. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald nobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald nobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, ploughing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel.
This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them, it was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal, and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military cause. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbor's eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the tailors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the tailors were seen near John Green's place, right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation. The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration: "We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us." It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment the dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple: be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed. There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. "The law won't protect us," he declared, his words cutting through the night air. "So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for: a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single, commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out, or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the Bald Knobbers' true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself, was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the bald nobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Edens cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The Taylors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Edens, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Bolin's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Bolin on the night of the Edens murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Bolin saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Edens shouted his defiance from behind that door, Bolin didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Edens, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Bolin likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald nobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Edens homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Edens family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Edens was dead, and the bald nobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Edens' son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter. And more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald nobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage.
This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capital. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald nobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Bolin brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Edens widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward. They were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat,
and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitive's world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald nobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald nobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the iron fist of the bald nobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald nobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald nobbers, the official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the Bald Nobber War continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured bald nobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other nobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Nobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other nobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bowlin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bowlin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bowlin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bowlin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bowlin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald nobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope, but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bowlin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. For 3 days, the law in Blackwater County was gone. A posse of the county's toughest men stood helpless at the mouth of the black hole, a jagged moor in the mountainside that seemed to breathe a cold older than memory. They were waiting for one man, Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, who had walked into that absolute darkness 3 days prior, hunting a killer the rest of them were too terrified to pursue. Now, silence was their only answer. Did the legendary lawman finally meet his match? Not in a man, but in the earth itself. Today, we go back to that moment of terrifying uncertainty to uncover the truth of the man who walked into a legend and came back forever changed. The 2 men who died weren't just company guards, they were Blackwater County men. The first was Thomas Miller, a man whose face was a roadmap of his 50 years in the mines. His hands were thick with calluses, but they were gentle with his grandchildren. He'd taken the guard job to get out of the deep shafts, hoping for a few quiet years before he retired. The second was David Eames, barely 20 years old, with a quick smile and eyes full of plans to marry his sweetheart and buy a small plot of land downriver. They weren't heroes or gunslingers. They were just ordinary men trying to earn a living in a world that offered few easy paths. Their world was one of stark contrasts. The green, ancient mountains held communities bound by blood and tradition, where folks lived by the seasons and the grace of God. But cutting through this old world were the black veins of the new one, the coal mines. Company towns sprung up overnight, filled with the soot of the tipple and the clang of steel on rock. Life was hard, pay was low, and the company store kept everyone in a state of perpetual debt. This friction between the old ways and the new money created a constant, simmering tension. The payroll wagon was a symbol of it all, a tempting prize moving through a land of desperate men. Standing watch over this fragile piece was Sheriff Banquo Fletcher. Before he became a legend, he was simply the law. He was a constant, predictable presence, as much a part of the landscape as the hawk circling the ridge. You'd see him at the general store, not saying much, but listening to everything. He knew whose cow had gone missing, whose son was running with the wrong crowd, and which feuds were simmering just below the surface. He was the community's anchor, a man who believed in a simple, unshakable truth. There was right and there was wrong, and it was his job to stand on that line. But Fletcher was more than just a badge. He was born of these hills, and he understood their silent language. He felt the weight of every family's troubles, every whispered fear. This connection to his people was his strength, but it was also a heavy burden. He saw the desperation the coal companies bred, and he knew it would eventually boil over into violence. He was one man holding back a flood, and he knew it. His quiet, solitary life was a reflection of the immense responsibility he carried on his shoulders alone. The world that was, before Silas Kane pulled the trigger, was one of fragile order. It was a community holding its breath, praying that the simmering tensions wouldn't erupt into open flame. Thomas Miller and David Eames were part of that order, men doing their duty. Sheriff Fletcher was its ultimate guardian, but their peaceful world had a shadow, a dark place where the law didn't reach and fear held sway. The murder of those two guards wasn't just a crime, it was a challenge. It was Silas Kane declaring that the old rules were dead and that even the mountains couldn't protect you anymore. The scene of the attack was on a lonely stretch of road winding through a deep cut in the mountain, a place where the sun struggled to reach the forest floor even at midday. The payroll wagon sat askew, one wheel splintered in a ditch. The two horses stood unnaturally still in their harnesses, their heads bowed, their coats trembling despite the cool air. A profound and terrible silence had fallen over the hollow, broken only by the drip of water from moss-covered rocks. The payroll box was gone, its hasp broken and discarded in the mud. The bodies of Miller and Eames lay where they fell, covered by canvas blankets that couldn't hide the dark stains seeping into the earth. When Sheriff Fletcher arrived, he didn't join the quiet, grim-faced huddle of men who had discovered the wagon. He moved away from them, his grey eyes scanning not the wagon, but the woods surrounding it. He walked the perimeter of the clearing in a slow, deliberate circle, his gaze fixed on the ground. He was reading the forest floor like a page in a book, taking in every bent twig, every disturbed patch of last year's leaves. He was a man searching for a story, and he knew these woods would tell him the truth if he just knew how to listen. The clues he found were chilling, not for what they revealed, but for what they didn't. There were no signs of a struggle, no frantic footprints of men running for their lives. There was only one set of tracks leading from the tree line and one set leading back. They were from a single man, a heavy man, moving with a calm, unhurried gait. And then Fletcher found the most unnerving clue of all. On a flat, mossy rock about 20 yards from the wagon, he found 2 spent rifle cartridges. They weren't scattered where they would have been ejected from the chamber. They were placed neatly side by side, like a pair of cufflinks set out for church. This was what unsettled everyone more than the violence itself. This wasn't the work of a panicked thief. The careful placement of the shells was a message. It was a statement of absolute control, of a chilling lack of fear. It spoke of a killer who had watched his victims fall and then taken the time to gather his brass and leave a signature. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Who was this man? And what kind of cold-blooded pride did it take to commit murder and then pause to arrange the evidence like a trophy? The scene spoke not of chaos, but of a terrifying predatory calm. Before the dust had even settled on the lonely mountain road, a name was already being whispered from the company town to the deepest hollows. It was the name of a man with a grudge as raw and public as an open wound. Jedediah Schofield. Schofield was a miner, or at least he had been. He was a man known for a temper as hot as a forge and a pride as sharp and brittle as shale. And everyone in Blackwater County knew he hated Thomas Miller with a passion that burned cold. The bad blood had started 6 months earlier, deep in the belly of the earth. Schofield, a top man with the dynamite, had gotten into a bitter argument with another miner, an argument that turned into a brutal fistfight right there in the shaft. The shift foreman had been Thomas Miller. Following company rules, Miller reported the fight, and since Schofield had thrown the first punch, he was the one who was fired. He lost his job, his pay, and the small company house where his family lived. In a single day, he was cast out. To a man like Schofield, this was more than losing a job. It was a public shaming. He blamed Thomas Miller entirely, seeing him not as a man doing his duty, but as a traitor who had sided with the company against his own kind. In the weeks that followed, Schofield's bitterness festered. He was seen in the local saloons, his voice thick with moonshine and rage, vowing revenge. More than one person heard him swear that he would see Miller in his grave before he and his family starved. The whispers quickly turned into a roar of accusation. Jedediah Schofield owned a deer rifle, the same caliber as the shells Fletcher had found. He was a crack shot, known for his skill in the woods. Most damning of all, when the deputy went to the rundown shack Schofield's family had moved into, he was gone. His wife, her face pale with fear, claimed he'd gone hunting a few days back and hadn't returned, but the community saw it differently. To them, it was an open and shut case. A man with a clear motive, the right skills, and who had conveniently vanished at the exact time of the crime. Schofield had run, and in the mountains, only a guilty man runs. While the whole county had its eyes fixed on Jedediah Schofield, Sheriff Fletcher's gaze, grey and steady as a river stone, settled on someone else entirely. It was a person so close to the tragedy that no one thought to look at him. Caleb Thorne, the best friend of the young guard, David Eames. Caleb and David had been inseparable since they were boys, their bond forged in the creeks and woods of Blackwater County. They were two sides of the same coin, sharing every secret and every dream of a life beyond the coal dust. No one seemed more devastated by David's death than Caleb. No one, that is, except Sheriff Fletcher. He had seen grief in all its forms, and Caleb's felt wrong. It was too loud, too theatrical. At the funeral, Caleb wept with a noise that drowned out the quiet sorrow of the boy's own mother. But Fletcher, standing at the back of the cemetery, noted that for all the performance, the man's eyes were sharp and restless. He wasn't looking at the grave, he was watching the crowd. Fletcher knew that true grief turns a man inward, but Caleb Thorne was looking outward, like a man checking to see if his story was being believed. Beneath that mask of sorrow was a secret that was rotting Caleb from the inside out. He wasn't just a simple mine worker, he was a gambler who had fallen in deep with a dangerous crowd from the railroad camps. He owed a debt so large it was a death sentence, and the men he owed were not known for their patience. The company payroll wasn't just a target of opportunity for him, it was his only way out. His best friend, David Eames, hadn't just been a friend. He was Caleb's unwitting key to the prize, a source of information about the wagon's route and its schedule. The whispers started when Caleb was seen just days after the funeral, paying off a chunk of his debt at a saloon with crisp bills. When questioned, he claimed he'd won a lucky hand at cards. But the story felt thin, and his behavior, when re-examined, painted a darker picture. People now remembered Caleb asking David pointed questions about the guard rotation, questions that seemed innocent at the time, but now felt sinister. The idea was almost too ugly to consider, that the attack wasn't a random ambush, but a meticulously planned execution, and that David Eames might have been betrayed by the one person on earth he trusted completely. But there was a third shadow in these hills, one cast not by a single man, but by the towering black tipple of the mine itself. The Black Mountain Coal Company was more than an employer. It was a hungry, faceless power from the north, and its interests rarely aligned with the well-being of the men it paid in scrip. In the months leading up to the robbery, a new kind of man had been seen in the county. Men in dark suits and city hats, with faces as hard and emotionless as the company ledger books. They weren't miners or managers. They were troubleshooters, company enforcers, and their presence felt like the stillness before a storm. Their motive was impersonal, but immense. Whispers of unionizing had been snaking through the mine shafts, talk of better pay and safer conditions. To the company, the union wasn't a negotiation. It was a disease to be eradicated. A violent, unsolved payroll robbery was the perfect pretext. It would justify flooding the county with their own heavily armed guards, men who answered not to the law, but to the company. They could lock down the towns, root out the organizers, and break the spirit of the rebellion under the guise of protecting the people from a phantom killer. Miller and Eames, in this cold calculation, were simply the cost of doing business. The arrival of these city men had draped a blanket of unease over the community. They didn't speak to locals, they observed, their eyes taking measure of everything. They were seen mapping the roads, timing the payroll wagon's route, and holding quiet, tense meetings behind the locked door of the company office. Their presence was a silent, constant threat. It was a clear message from the powers up north that they were watching, and that they would not tolerate dissent. The mountain folk, who had dealt with their own problems for generations, now felt the chilling gaze of an outside world that saw their home as nothing more than a resource to be exploited and controlled. The crime itself bore the hallmarks of this cold, corporate ruthlessness. The clean, efficient nature of the ambush, the lack of any wasted motion, and especially the chilling signature of the carefully placed shell casings. It all felt less like the hot-blooded revenge of a fired miner and more like the work of a professional. It was a calculated act of terror designed to create chaos. Perhaps the stolen money was never the point. Perhaps the real prize was fear itself, a tool the company could wield to crush the growing defiance of the men who worked and died in its mines. With Jedediah Schofield named as the prime suspect, a posse of grim-faced men formed, fueled by righteous anger and cheap corn liquor. They were ready to deliver mountain justice with a rope. Sheriff Fletcher led them, but he moved with a different purpose. While the others saw a clear trail of vengeance, Fletcher saw a path that was too obvious, too neat. He wasn't hunting a man he hated, he was solving a puzzle, and he knew the first piece you find isn't always the one that fits. For 4 days, they beat the brush, scouring the unforgiving ridges and impenetrable rhododendron thickets that Schofield called home. The mountains, however, are experts at hiding men, and the trail was cold. It wasn't Fletcher who found him, but a young deputy who stumbled upon an old trapper's lean-to deep in a forgotten hollow. Inside, they found Jedediah Schofield, not defiant, but gaunt and shivering, his rifle unused beside him. He hadn't been running from the law, he had been hiding from it. He knew he was the first man they'd blame, and his terror was so genuine it was almost palpable. His alibi, when it came, was as solid and immovable as the mountain itself. He had been miles away from the ambush, helping the circuit preacher, old Reverend Eli, repair the roof on the remote Black Creek Chapel. He'd been there for a solid week, sleeping in the church and sharing the preacher's meager meals. The Reverend, a man whose word was considered scripture in those parts, confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. Jedediah Schofield was a man full of rage and bitterness, but he was no killer. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin mountain air. Attention then shifted to Caleb Thorne, but that trail was made of smoke and mirrors. There was no physical evidence, only the foul taste of suspicion. He had an answer for everything. The money? A lucky night playing cards with strangers at a railroad camp, men who were long gone. His odd questions to David. Just the normal curiosity of a friend. The community, unwilling to stomach the thought of such a venomous betrayal, chose to believe him. To accuse him without proof was to call one of their own a monster, a truth too ugly to face. The investigation had hit a wall of solid granite, leaving Sheriff Fletcher with nothing but a pair of spent shells and a county where the fear was beginning to grow teeth. With the official investigation stalled, a cold fog of silence settled over Blackwater County. The lively chatter at the general store died down whenever Sheriff Fletcher walked in. Doors that were once open were now latched, and eyes that met yours on the road would slide away, refusing to connect. It was as if the whole community had collectively agreed to forget the murders had ever happened. Neighbors who had once shared every piece of gossip now saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. The truth, it seemed, was a dangerous secret to possess. This silence was woven from three distinct threads. The first was raw, simple fear. A killer was among them, a man who had shot down 2 people in cold blood and left a chilling signature of his arrogance. He was a ghost, a name without a face, and he could be anyone. To speak a word of what you might have seen, to even speculate out loud, was to risk drawing his attention. It was to risk waking up and finding your own grim message left on your doorstep. The wolf was still in the woods, and no one wanted to be the next sheep to stray from the flock. The second thread was a deep, abiding hatred for the Black Mountain Coal Company. To many of the mountain folk, the company was a far greater evil than any one killer. It was a faceless monster that stole their land, poisoned their streams, and worked their men to death for pennies. The stolen money belonged to the company, and the dead guards were on the company payroll. In their minds, helping Fletcher was helping the company. It was a choice between 2 evils, and many chose silence as a form of quiet rebellion against the power that oppressed them every single day. But the thickest, strongest thread was the mountain code itself, an unspoken omerta, as binding as any law on the books. You did not talk to the law about the affairs of your neighbors. You handled your own business, settled your own scores, and you never, ever turned on your own kind for an outsider. And to many, even Sheriff Fletcher, in his official capacity, was an outsider to family matters. This loyalty, this stubborn, ingrained belief in their own form of justice, formed a wall far higher and stronger than any prison. Fletcher found himself on the outside of his own community, a lawman trying to find a killer in a town that had gone deaf, dumb, and blind. 5 years turned to dust. The seasons in Blackwater County rolled on, covering the memory of the murders with layers of autumn leaves and winter snow. The case went cold, a ghost story whispered by old men, a permanent quiet failure that Sheriff Banquo Fletcher carried in the lines on his face. The 2 spent shells still sat on his desk in a small wooden box, a cold testament to a question he couldn't answer. The community's wall of silence had held, and the truth seemed lost to time. The clue that broke it all came not from a clever deduction or a piece of new evidence, but from the rambling memory of an old woman on the edge of the next world. Granny Elspeth lived in a one-room cabin perched like a hawk's nest on a ridge overlooking the very road where the ambush took place. Her mind, the folks in town said, was a tangled thicket of memories and mountain lore, and her words were often dismissed as the wind in the pines. Fletcher, however, made a point of checking on the old woman, bringing her salt and flour when the snows were deep. On one such visit, sitting by her hearth, he listened as she drifted through the past. She spoke of the hard winter of '08, of a blight that killed the chestnut trees, and then, without any change in her tone, she said something that made the air in the tiny cabin stand still. "Such a shame about that young Eames boy," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the fire. "He was always so polite. I saw him walking up the road that very morning with his friend, Caleb Thorne. They was laughing, heads together like they was sharing a secret. Not an hour later, I heard the guns. For Sheriff Fletcher, it was as if the last 5 years had collapsed into a single blinding instant. Caleb Thorne's alibi had been rock solid. He had been at the mine, working a full shift. Multiple men had sworn to it. But Granny Elspeth, whose cabin sat miles from the mine entrance, had seen him on the murder road with the victim just before he died. It wasn't a confession she offered, but a simple, unvarnished memory, one that nobody had ever thought to ask for. The old woman, dismissed by everyone, had been the only witness. In that moment, the entire case was reborn. Fletcher realized the horrifying truth. Caleb's alibi hadn't been solid. It had been constructed. He had paid or threatened his fellow miners to lie for him, a conspiracy of silence bought with stolen payroll money. The laughter Granny Elspeth heard hadn't been the sound of friendship. It had been the sound of betrayal. The case wasn't just cold. It had been buried alive. And Sheriff Fletcher had just been handed the shovel. A 5-year-old lie is a brittle thing. With Granny Elspeth's testimony in his pocket, Sheriff Fletcher moved with the cold patience of a winter freeze. He didn't go for Caleb Thorne. Not yet. He went for the men who had built the walls of his alibi. He found them one by one, in the mines, in their homes, at the saloon. He didn't threaten or shout. He simply sat with them, his grey eyes unblinking, and told them what the old woman on the ridge had seen. He spoke of perjury, of being an accessory to murder, and then he would fall silent, letting the weight of what they had done crush them. The first miner held out for an hour, the second for 10 minutes. The third broke before Fletcher even finished his sentence. The confrontation, when it came, was on the porch of the small, respectable house Caleb Thorne had bought with his blood money. He had grown soft in 5 years, the desperate gambler replaced by a man who believed his own lies. He greeted the sheriff with a confident smile, but it faltered and died when he saw the look on Fletcher's face. The lawman wasn't there for a social call. "I spoke with Granny Elspeth," Fletcher began, his voice flat. "She remembers seeing you that morning, Caleb, on the road with David, just before the shots." Caleb scoffed, a dry, rattling sound. "An old woman's fancies. I was at the mine. Ask anyone." And that was the moment Fletcher sprung the trap. "I did," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I asked Tom Jenkins, and I asked Sam Carter." Their memories seemed to have gotten a lot clearer in the last 24 hours. The color drained from Caleb's face. The mask of the respected citizen shattered, revealing the terrified, cornered animal beneath. Fletcher took a step closer, his shadow falling over the other man. "But here's the thing that's been bothering me, Caleb. The tracks at the scene, they were from a big man, a heavy man, and those shells placed so neat. That wasn't your style. You're a coward. You always were. You didn't have the nerve to pull the trigger." He let the words hang in the air, heavy and cold. "You just led your best friend into the woods to be slaughtered like a hog. You gave the route, the time, everything. And you did it for a man in a city suit, a company man, the one who came down to break the union talk, a big man named Corbin." Fletcher's voice was relentless, each word a hammer blow breaking down the last of Caleb's defenses. "He pulled the trigger, and you collected your 30 pieces of silver. It was all there, the whole sickening truth. It wasn't a crime of passion or a simple robbery born of desperation. It was a cold-blooded business deal. The Black Mountain Coal Company needed an excuse to crush its workers, and Caleb Thorne, drowning in debt, was their willing instrument. He sold out his friend, his community, and his own soul. Caleb didn't confess with words. He simply collapsed, folding in on himself on the porch steps, a hollowed-out man whose guilt was now as plain to see as the mountains against the sky. The ghost finally had a face, and it was the face of a friend. Let us now step back into the shadows of that terrible morning. This is not a story from a court record, but a reconstruction pieced together from a confession, a dying woman's memory, and the cold logic of the crime scene itself. This is how it must have been. The morning air was cool and heavy, with the damp smell of moss and wet earth. David Eames walked up the road with a lightness in his step, laughing at a joke told by the man he trusted most in the world, Caleb Thorne. He was young, and his mind was on his future, not on the deep shadows pooling between the ancient trees. From those shadows, a shape detached itself. A big man in a city coat, his face impassive. This was Corbin, the company enforcer. There was no warning, no shouted demand. David likely didn't even have time to register the man as a threat before the hollow was shattered by a single flat crack that was not thunder. It was a sound that slapped the air and sent the birds scattering from the trees in a frantic, silent explosion. It was not a fight. It was an execution. For David, there would have been a moment of searing confusion, a feeling of the world tilting on its axis, and perhaps, in his last second of sight, he would have seen his best friend's face contorted, not with surprise, but with a terrible, knowing guilt. Thomas Miller, a man who had survived 30 years of rockfalls and dynamite blasts, was a professional. His hand would have instinctively dropped to the pistol on his hip. But he was not a gunfighter, and he was facing a different kind of danger than the mountain had ever offered. A second crack echoed the first, a brutal full stop to the sentence that had just begun. The reins slipped from his calloused hands, and his 50 years of hard-earned life spilled out onto the dirt road he had traveled 1,000 times. The aftermath was a scene of chilling, methodical precision. The big man, Corbin, moved with an unhurried grace. He walked to the mossy rock and deliberately placed the two spent shells side by side, a gesture of pure, contemptuous power. It was his signature on a piece of human wreckage. The sharp tang of gunpowder hung in the air, a profane incense in the cathedral of the woods. Then, from deep in the rhododendron, came a different sound, a wretched, heaving gasp. It was the sound of Caleb Thorne, the Judas, being sick in the bushes, his body finally rebelling against the monstrous thing his greed had unleashed. When they were done, the payroll box was opened, and the money exchanged hands. One man walked away with a clean kill and a broken union. The other stumbled away with a lifetime of guilt and blood on his hands that no amount of money could ever wash clean. After the sound of their departure faded, the woods fell silent again. But it was a new kind of silence. It was heavier, broken, and for a long, long time, the birds did not return to their song. The Blackwater County Courthouse had never seen a trial like it. The wooden benches groaned under the weight of the entire community, a sea of grim, weathered faces. It was a pressure cooker of old grief and new anger. At the defendant's table sat two men who were worlds apart. Caleb Thorne was a ghost, a hollowed-out man who stared at the floorboards as if they held the secrets to his damnation. Beside him, cool and impassive, sat Corbin, the company man. Flanked by lawyers from the city with slicked-back hair and alligator-skin briefcases, he looked not like a man on trial for his life, but like a landowner inspecting a property he was about to foreclose on. The trial became a battle not over facts, but over which world held more truth. The county prosecutor presented a simple, brutal story of betrayal, backed by the tearful, coerced confessions of the miners who had lied for Caleb. He put Granny Elspeth on the stand, her voice frail, but her memory clear as a mountain spring. But Corbin's lawyers were masterful. They painted a picture of a backwards, ignorant community engaged in a conspiracy against the company that fed them. They portrayed Granny Elspeth as a senile old woman, the miners as liars trying to save their own skins, and Caleb Thorne as a desperate man who would say anything to lessen his own sentence. For Caleb Thorne, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. His confession and the testimony of the men he'd paid off sealed his fate. The jury, made up of men he had known his whole life, looked at him not with hatred, but with a profound and weary contempt. They found him guilty of being an accessory to murder in less than an hour. The judge, his voice like cracking stone, sentenced him to life at hard labor in the state penitentiary. Caleb didn't even flinch. He was led away in chains, a man who had already started serving his sentence 5 years earlier in a prison of his own making. But for Corbin, the wheels of justice turned differently. They were greased with company money. His lawyers produced train tickets, hotel registries, and sworn affidavits from businessmen in Knoxville, all placing him 100 miles away on the day of the murders. It was a perfect, ironclad alibi, constructed with the same cold precision as the crime itself. Faced with the contradictory testimony of mountain folk on one side and documented, official-looking proof on the other, the jury was paralyzed by doubt. The word of a dozen miners could not outweigh a single stamped piece of paper from the city. After 2 days of deliberation, they delivered their verdict. For the murder of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the jury found the defendant, Mr. Corbin, not guilty. A wave of stunned silence washed over the courtroom, followed by a low, collective growl of disbelief. Corbin showed no emotion. He simply adjusted his tie, shook his lawyer's hands, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the people of Blackwater County choking on a brand of justice that felt more like poison. The law had punished the traitor, but the man who pulled the trigger had vanished back into the world of money and power from which he came, as untouchable as a shadow. For the families of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the verdicts brought no peace, only a quiet, permanent ache. The community wrapped its arms around them, but their losses carved out a silence that could never be filled. David's sweetheart, a girl whose future had been so bright, never married. She grew into a quiet, sad-eyed woman who always wore a locket with his picture, her life a long, slow testament to a promise that was broken by a bullet. The Millers, once a boisterous and central family in the county, drew into themselves, their grief a constant, unspoken presence at their dinner table. They had received the law's answer, but it did nothing to quiet the echoes of the guns. Jedediah Schofield, the man who had been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, was legally a free man, but his reputation never fully recovered. In the hollers, where memories are long and suspicion is a survival instinct, the stain of the accusation lingered. He was no longer the hot-tempered miner. He was the man they almost hung for the payroll. The whispers followed him, poisoning his relationships and curdling his already bitter spirit. He became a solitary man, his anger at the world turning inward, leaving him isolated by a crime he did not commit. He was a second kind of victim, his life forever altered by the lie that had almost cost him everything. Caleb Thorne's fate was a slow erasure. He was sent to the state prison, a brutal place of rock quarries and sun-baked fields from which few men returned whole. His name in Blackwater County became a curse, a cautionary tale told to children about the evils of greed and betrayal. His family, unable to bear the shame, sold their small plot of land and moved away in the dead of night, their name vanishing from the county records as if they had never existed. Caleb Thorne simply ceased to be a person, becoming a number in a ledger, a ghost haunting the prison walls until he was forgotten by all but one man. And Corbin? He vanished like a wisp of smoke. The Black Mountain Coal Company, its union problem now brutally solved, transferred him out of the state. He left no records, no forwarding address, no trace. He was a phantom, an instrument of corporate will who had done his job and been recalled. For the people of Blackwater County, his acquittal was a bitter lesson in the nature of power. It proved what they had always suspected, that there were two kinds of law in the world. There was their law, the law of the mountains, and there was the company's law, the law of money, which could make a murderer disappear in broad daylight. This case changed Banquo Fletcher. The sight of Corbin walking free carved something deep into his soul. It taught him that the courthouse could deliver a verdict, but not always justice. He grew quieter, more solitary, his methods more relentless. He had seen the law fail, and in that failure he seemed to find a harder resolve. He would deliver his man to the courthouse if he could, but he would deliver justice no matter what. The memory of Corbin's smug, emotionless face would fuel his hunt for every outlaw that followed, a cold fire that would one day lead him to the mouth of the black hole in pursuit of a different killer and a different, darker kind of judgment. If you travel the back roads of Blackwater County today, you can still find the scars left by this story. The old company road is paved now, but the deep cut where the ambush happened remains, a place where the shadows lie a little thicker and the air feels a little colder. In the town square, the old courthouse still stands, its brick facade a silent witness to the flawed justice it once dispensed. But the most tangible remnants lie in the church graveyard, on a hill overlooking the valley. There you will find two simple, weathered stones side by side. One for Thomas Miller, a husband and father. The other for David Eames, a son and brother. Their names, carved in stone, are a permanent record of a debt that was never fully paid. Down by the river, the Black Mountain Coal Company tipple is a skeleton of rust and rot, slowly being devoured by kudzu and time. It stands as a monument not to industry, but to a forgotten era of exploitation and greed. The company is long gone, its name just a whisper on the wind, but the distrust it sowed took deep root in that mountain soil. For generations after, the arrival of any man in a suit from the city was met with a wall of silent, watchful suspicion. The story of Corbin became a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to children about the kind of evil that money can buy and the law cannot touch. The tragedy of the payroll murders lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story survives in the mountains, through folklore. Old folks still tell it, sometimes as a ghost story, sometimes as a lesson in betrayal. They say that if you listen closely on a still night, you can still hear the echo of those two gunshots rolling through the hollow. And for a while, there was even a song, a mournful ballad passed around the campfires and front porches called Caleb's Coin, a tune that spoke of the terrible price of 30 pieces of silver earned in a friend's blood. This is how a crime becomes a part of the landscape. It's more than just a memory. It becomes a piece of the county's identity, a part of its DNA. The story of what happened on that lonely road reinforced the mountain code, hardening it. It taught the people that the law of outsiders was fickle, and that their own silence, while sometimes a shield for the guilty, was their only true protection. While the world outside might forget, the Appalachian mountains themselves hold these memories, etched into the landscape and the hearts of its people. At the beginning of our story, we asked a simple question. Who was responsible for the deaths of Thomas Miller and David Eames? The answer, we found, was never simple at all. The law points to one man, Caleb Thorne, a traitor who paid for his sin with the rest of his life. And in the cold, hard print of a law book, that is where the story ends. But we know better. We know that justice in these hills is rarely so neat. The man who pulled the trigger walked free, his guilt washed clean by money and a well-told lie, leaving behind a wound in the heart of the county that never truly healed. This story, then, is not just about a crime. It is about the brutal collision of two worlds, the old world of mountain honor and the new world of corporate greed that saw men not as souls, but as numbers on a ledger. It's a lesson in how a community's silence can hide a monster, but also how the quietest voice, that of a forgotten old woman, can be the one that finally speaks the truth. For Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, it was a crucible. It burned away any naive faith he had in a system and forged in him an unshakable belief in a higher, harder law, the mountain's law, where a man's guilt is not decided by a jury, but by the weight of his own sins. The court records in the state capital will tell you that this case is closed. But here, in the deep hollows where the truth still whispers on the wind, the story is very much alive. It serves as a stark reminder that while the law may have its verdict, the mountains have their memory, and that memory is long and it is unforgiving. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. On a bright May morning in 1866, a young woman named Laura Foster packed a small bundle of clothes, told her father she was running off to be married, and rode her father's mare into the misty folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She was supposed to meet her lover, the handsome fiddler and war veteran Tom Dooley. But Laura Foster never arrived at their meeting spot. She was swallowed whole by the wilderness, leaving behind only whispers and a riderless horse that wandered home days later. What happened to Laura Foster on that hillside? Was it a simple crime of passion, the tragic end to a tangled love affair? Or was it something more sinister, a conspiracy of silence, a dark secret protected by an entire mountain community, a truth so twisted it would be immortalized in a folk song that haunts us to this day? Today, we become detectives of the past, sifting through the legends and lies to finally answer the question, who was truly responsible for the crime that created the legend of Tom Dooley? To understand what was lost, you have to understand the world that was. Wilkes County, North Carolina in 1866 was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship. The Civil War had ripped through these mountains, leaving not just economic ruin, but deep scars on the souls of the men who returned. They came back from the battlefields and prison camps to a world of poverty and uncertainty, their pockets empty and their hearts full of ghosts. This was a place of fierce clan loyalty, where disputes were settled by family and honor was a currency more valuable than cash. The air in these hollows was thick with pride, resentment, and unspoken tensions, a perfect tinderbox waiting for a single, fatal spark. At the center of this world was Laura Foster. By all accounts, she was a simple country girl, known throughout the valley for her striking beauty and a gentle nature. She lived a quiet life on her father's farm, her world defined by the seasons and the hard work of the land. Her dream was a common one, but for her, it was everything. To marry the man she loved, Tom Dooley. She was desperately, foolishly in love. A love so powerful, it blinded her to the dangerous currents swirling just beneath the surface of their lives. She was a wildflower, beautiful and vibrant, unknowingly blooming on the edge of a cliff. Then there was Thomas Dooley, the man they call Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the prodigal son of the valley, impossibly handsome, a gifted fiddle player whose music could charm the birds from the trees and women into his arms. But the boy who went to fight for the 42nd North Carolina Infantry was not the man who came back. The war and the squalor of a Union prison camp had forged a darkness in him. The easy charm was still there, but it was now laced with a restless, reckless energy. He was a moth drawn to the flame of trouble, and in turn, he was a flame that drew others to their doom. And you cannot tell this story without Ann Melton. Ann was Laura's cousin, a woman of breathtaking beauty and a will of iron. Many believed she was Tom's first and truest love, a bond forged long before the war. While Tom was away, she made a practical choice, marrying an older, stable farmer named James Melton. But her marriage did little to tame the fire she felt for Tom. She was cunning, captivating, and deeply possessive. Ann Melton was the queen of this small, tangled kingdom, and she was not the kind of woman who tolerated rivals. These three lives were knotted together in a web of passion and jealousy that was an open secret in the community. Tom Dooley was courting Laura Foster openly, while just as openly carrying on his affair with the married Ann Melton. It was a dangerous game played in a community where everyone watched and everyone whispered. But even in their quiet lives, a darker shadow was gathering, unseen and unspoken. It was a secret sickness, a shameful disease brought back from the war, and a rumor of a pregnancy that threatened to unravel everything, turning a common love triangle into a matter of life and death. For weeks, the mountains held their secret. The initial search for Laura Foster had turned up nothing but tired men and unanswered prayers. Her father's mare had been found, wandering aimlessly, its saddle empty. As spring turned to summer, a grim silence settled over the valley. It was as if Laura had ridden into the morning mist and been erased from the world. The whispers continued, of course, but without a body, there was no crime, only a heartbreaking disappearance and a community left to wonder. The break in the case didn't come from a lawman's keen eye or a hunter's chance discovery. It came from the fevered ramblings of a woman named Pauline Foster, a cousin to both Laura and Anne, who worked on the Melton farm. Pauline, known to be suffering from the late stages of syphilis which often rotted the mind, began to have what she called visions. She claimed in moments of strange clarity that she knew where Laura was buried. No one knew whether to believe her ravings, but in the face of a dead-end search, desperation won out. Guided by Pauline's bizarre and unsettling directions, a search party made their way to a lonely, rhododendron-choked hillside. At first, they saw nothing, but then one of the men noticed it, a patch of earth that was slightly sunken, the leaves on top unnaturally disturbed. It was a scar on the landscape that didn't belong. With shovels and grim determination, they began to dig into the soft, dark soil. The stench that rose from the ground told them they had found her before their eyes ever could. What they unearthed was a horror. The body of Laura Foster, wrapped in a blanket, was pulled from the shallow grave. She was badly decomposed after months in the warm earth, but one brutal fact was unmistakable. A single deep wound pierced her chest, a wound made with a large knife, delivered with vicious force. There were no other signs of a struggle, just that one fatal act of violence. The burial was hasty, panicked. This wasn't a calculated execution. It was a desperate attempt to hide a body and a terrible secret. The discovery of the grave didn't bring clarity. It brought a new kind of confusion. The scene spoke of chaos and concealment, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The only witness was a woman whose testimony was born of sickness and visions. The only real clue was the nature of the wound itself, a clue that pointed toward a man's strength and a man's weapon. The body had been found, but the truth remained buried, and the questions had only just begun to multiply. From the moment Laura Foster's body was pulled from the earth, one name was on everyone's lips: Tom Dula. Suspicion didn't just fall on him. It crashed down with the weight of inevitability. He was the man she was running away to meet, the last person known to have plans with her. In the tight-knit world of Wilkes County, where everyone knew everyone else's business, the tangled love affair between Tom, Laura, and Anne Melton was common knowledge. Tom was the central figure, the sun around which these women orbited, and when one of them was extinguished, all eyes naturally turned to him. The motive seemed painfully obvious, a story as old as the mountains themselves. The community saw a man trapped between two women, a reckless philanderer who had finally gotten in too deep. The whispers claimed Laura Foster was pregnant with Tom's child, an entanglement that would have forced his hand and ruined his chances with Anne Melton, the woman many believed he truly loved. An even darker rumor circulated that Tom had given Laura a foul disease, syphilis, and she had threatened to expose him, bringing shame and ruin upon them all. In either version of the story, Laura Foster had become a problem, an obstacle to be removed. The circumstantial evidence was damning. The deep, single stab wound in Laura's chest was consistent with the large blade Tom was known to carry, a hunting knife he had brought back from the war. But the most condemning piece of evidence was his own action. As the search for Laura intensified and suspicion began to coil around him, Tom Dula did the one thing an innocent man should never do. He ran. He saddled a horse and fled across the state line into Tennessee, living and working under a false name. This flight was seen by everyone as a confession written across the landscape of two states. Why would an innocent man abandon his home, his family, and his name? To the people of Wilkes County, the answer was simple. He wouldn't. Tom's escape solidified the whispers into a hard, cold certainty. He wasn't just a suspect anymore. He was a fugitive and a murderer. In the court of public opinion, the verdict was already in. But as the shadow of the gallows began to fall over Tom Dula, another, more chilling possibility took root in the minds of the mountain folk. It was a story whispered over hearth fires, a theory that pointed not to the runaway lover, but to the woman at the very center of the storm, Ann Melton. She was Laura's own cousin, the woman who shared her bloodline and her lover. No one was closer to the heart of the tragedy, and many began to wonder if she wasn't the heart of the crime itself. The motive was primal and powerful, a jealousy so fierce it could curdle blood. Ann Melton was not a woman who shared. She was Tom's first love, and in her mind, his only true love. The news that he was planning to elope with Laura would have been more than a heartbreak. It would have been a profound betrayal, a public humiliation she could not endure. In the unforgiving code of the mountains, this was an offense that demanded a reckoning. The legend suggests that Anne, a woman scorned, decided that if she couldn't have Tom, no one would. Laura Foster wasn't just a rival. She was a testament to Anne's failure to hold her man, and she had to be erased. With this new suspicion, people began to re-examine the facts. The star witness, Pauline Foster, who had the convenient visions that led to the body, where did she live and work? On Ann Melton's farm. She was under Anne's roof, subject to her influence and her will every single day. Was it truly a supernatural vision that led Pauline to the grave, or was it a carefully planted suggestion from a manipulative mistress, a calculated move to have the body found only after Tom Dula was long gone and suspicion had hardened against him? Suddenly, Anne's behavior after the disappearance seemed less like that of a concerned cousin and more like that of a cold, calculating conspirator. Her composure was seen as unnatural, her lack of public grief suspicious. The very legal maneuvering that separated her trial from Tom's, once seen as a procedural matter, now looked like a deliberate tactic to keep her off the witness stand and prevent her from being questioned under oath. The community started to see not a woman caught in a tragedy, but a puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows. The theory that began to form was as simple as it was terrifying. Anne had killed Laura in a fit of jealous rage, and Tom, arriving to find the horrifying deed done, made a fateful choice out of love and loyalty to protect her and take the blame himself. But there was another power at play in these hills, one older and more relentless than a lover's jealousy or a man's guilt. It was the silent, brooding force of the Foster clan itself. In the world of Appalachia, family was everything. It was law, government, and army all rolled into one. The Fosters were a proud and numerous clan, their roots sunk deep into the rocky soil of Wilkes County. To dishonor one was to dishonor them all, and what had happened to Laura was the ultimate dishonor. Their motive was not simple grief. It was a cold, burning rage against the shame that had been brought upon their name. Tom Dula, the charming outsider who had seduced their daughter, allegedly gotten her pregnant, and was the man she died with, was a walking monument to their family's humiliation. Whether he struck the fatal blow or not was almost secondary. He was the source of the rot, the cause of the scandal that was now the talk of 3 counties. They needed more than justice. They needed a cleansing, and for that, blood had to be paid. This created a climate of quiet, immense pressure. It's a theory whispered to this day that the Fosters, realizing they might never get the satisfaction of seeing the clever Ann Melton convicted in a court of law, decided to wage their own war in the shadows. They began to shape the narrative through social pressure and communal expectation. Witnesses who might have spoken of Anne's volatile temper or seen her near the scene found it easier to stay silent. Rumors that pointed away from Tom were mysteriously quashed, while those that implicated him grew louder and more detailed with every telling.
Pauline Foster, the key witness, was caught in the middle of this storm. Was she just Ann Melton's pawn, or was she also a member of the Foster clan, being urged by her own kin to point the finger where it would do the most good for the family's honor? In this version of the story, the tragedy was no longer just a crime of passion. It was a battle between a lone man and an entire clan, a clan that had decided, with or without a court, that Tom Dooler was the one who had to hang. With Laura Foster's body discovered and Tom Dooler a fugitive, the investigation snapped into a singular, frantic focus: the manhunt. The law in those days wasn't a team of detectives meticulously gathering forensic evidence. It was a posse of determined men on horseback, driven by a raw sense of mountain justice. Led by former Wilkes County Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, they picked up the trail. But Tom Dooler was a child of these mountains. He had a considerable head start, and the wilderness was his greatest ally. He vanished into the green labyrinth of the Appalachians like a ghost into the fog. For weeks, the posse tracked him through the rugged peaks and dense forests that straddled the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. The mountains themselves seemed to conspire to hide him, offering up 1,000 false trails, 100 hidden hollows where a man could disappear for years. Every snapped twig that wasn't his, every cold campfire that belonged to a hunter, was a dead end that cost the posse precious time. The pursuit was a grueling testament to the land's indifference. It was a place that could just as easily protect a fugitive as it could swallow a victim. The trail grew cold, and it seemed as though Tom Dooler had succeeded, that he had been consumed by the wilderness he knew so well. It wasn't until a legendary mountain lawman, Colonel James Grayson, got word that a man matching Tom's description was working as a farmhand near the Tennessee border that the chase had its break. Grayson and the posse cornered Tom, who gave himself up without a fight. They had their man. To the outside world, this seemed to be the end of it. The promising lead hadn't evaporated, it had been captured. But this capture was its own kind of false trail. It provided an easy answer, a simple villain, and in doing so, it slammed the door on any other line of inquiry. With Tom in custody, no one seriously investigated Ann Melton. Her convenient alibi, provided by her own farmhands, was accepted without much question. The possibility of another party being involved, a drifter or a rival unknown to the community, was never explored. The entire weight of the state's investigation was now focused on building a case against the man they had chased across the mountains. This created a deep and growing frustration. They had their killer, but the evidence was flimsy, built on circumstance, motive, and his flight. They had no murder weapon, no confession, and their star witness was a woman whose mind was crumbling from disease. The community, which had craved a swift and certain resolution, was left with a captive but no real closure. The single-minded pursuit of Tom Dooler had felt like a straight path to justice, but it had led them to a dead end, with the suspect in chains and the truth still hiding somewhere back in the mountain mists. When the lawmen brought Tom Dooler back to Wilkes County in chains, they believed the hardest part was over. They were wrong. As they began to build their case, they ran into a wall, not a wall of brick and mortar, but of downcast eyes, tight-lipped mouths, and sudden, convenient deafness. Neighbors who had known the families for generations suddenly saw nothing. Men who drank with Tom at the local tavern heard nothing. Women who quilted with Anne and Laura knew nothing. The mountain had drawn a breath and held it, wrapping itself in a thick, impenetrable code of silence. This silence was born of a deep and primal fear. Ann Melton cast a long, cold shadow over the community. The whispers that she was the true killer were pervasive, and with those whispers came a chilling question. If she was capable of stabbing her own cousin in a jealous rage, what would she do to a neighbor who dared to speak against her? Her husband, James Melton, was a respected and established farmer. To accuse his wife was to make a powerful enemy. It was a risk no one was willing to take. Self-preservation was a lesson the mountains taught well,
and it often meant keeping your mouth shut and your eyes on your own affairs. But the silence was more complex than simple fear. It was also a matter of tangled loyalties. The Doulas, the Fosters, the Meltons, these families were all interwoven by blood and marriage, a complex tapestry of kinship that stretched back generations. To testify against Anne or Tom was not just to accuse an individual, it was to draw a line in the sand between families, to risk a feud that could simmer for generations, passed down like a rusty rifle. Faced with the choice of speaking to outside lawmen from Statesville or maintaining the fragile peace within their own clan, the people of Wilkes County chose their own. The cost of breaking this code was made terrifyingly clear. An old story, told for 100 years, speaks of a woman who lived on the trail Laura Foster had taken. She let it be known that she might have seen Anne Melton walking towards the meeting spot on that fateful morning. A few nights later, her barn burned to the ground in a blaze that lit up the hollow. No one was ever caught, but the message was as clear as the fire itself. Keep silent, or what you own will turn to ash. After that, the whispers died, and the silence became absolute. The community understood. The price of the truth was too high. For nearly 2 years, the case against Tom Doula was a frustrating stalemate built on whispers and circumstance. His first trial ended in a guilty verdict, but it was overturned on appeal. A second trial was underway, and his brilliant lawyer, former Governor Zebulon Vance, was systematically dismantling the prosecution's flimsy case. He had painted Pauline Foster as a delusional, unreliable witness and pointed the finger of blame squarely at the calculating Anne Melton. It began to look as if Tom Doula, despite the mountain of public opinion against him, might just walk free. The truth seemed destined to remain buried, a secret lost to the silence of the hills. The turning point didn't come from a dramatic courtroom revelation or a newly discovered piece of evidence. It came from a slip of paper, a desperate note scrawled in a jail cell. As his second trial drew to a close and the possibility of acquittal seemed within reach, Tom Doula did something inexplicable. He took a pencil and a scrap of paper and wrote 4 simple, devastating words. I and Anne Melton. He passed this note to one of his lawyers, a cryptic and ambiguous message that could be interpreted in a dozen different ways. Was it a confession? A last-ditch effort to implicate the woman he felt had betrayed him? Or was it, as many have come to believe, the key to a hidden truth? The most enduring theory is that this note was Tom's attempt to articulate a complex reality. That he and Anne Melton were both involved, but not in the way anyone suspected. The note wasn't a confession of murder, but a confession of conspiracy. It was his way of saying that the plan had never been to kill Laura, but for Tom and Anne to run away together, and that Laura had somehow gotten caught in the crossfire of their own desperate escape plan. This tiny, forgotten clue, preserved in the state archives, throws the entire accepted narrative into chaos. It suggests a truth far more complicated than a simple love triangle murder. It points not to a lone killer, but to a shared plot, a pact between 2 lovers that went horribly wrong. The note changes everything. It reframes Tom's flight not as the act of a guilty murderer, but as the panicked escape of a man caught in a catastrophe of his own making. It was the moment the legend cracked, revealing a deeper, darker, and more tragic story beneath the surface. The trial was no longer just about who killed Laura Foster. It was about unraveling the true nature of the pact between Tom Doula and Anne Melton. The courtroom in Statesville held its breath. Governor Vance's powerful defense had cast a deep and profound doubt on the state's case. Tom Doula, the man everyone had condemned, now seemed like a victim himself, a pawn in a game played by a far more cunning mind. Acquittal felt not just possible, but likely. It was in this moment of rising hope that Tom Doula's own hand sealed his fate. The cryptic note, I and Anne Melton, was seen by the jury not as a complex clue, but as a simple, damning confession of partnership. The ambiguity that Tom may have intended was lost.
The prosecution finally had the link they needed. But the jury's verdict is not the end of this story. For the true unmasking didn't happen under the authority of a judge, but in the enduring judgment of the mountain people, a verdict whispered from one generation to the next. And in that court, the true killer was, and always has been, Anne Melton. She was the dark heart of the tragedy, the hand that held the knife. She was the architect of Laura Foster's death and Tom Dula's downfall. Tom's note was not a confession of his own guilt in the murder, but his last, desperate attempt to point towards hers without fully betraying the woman he still, inexplicably, loved. He couldn't bring himself to write the words "Anne killed her," but he could link their names together in the crime, a final, futile gesture towards a truth he knew would be buried with him. He was admitting his part in the conspiracy of silence, in the cover-up, and in the tragic aftermath, hoping someone would see the truth between the lines. Her motive was a poison as old as humanity itself, a possessive, all-consuming jealousy. Anne Melton had shared Tom Dula, but she had never accepted it. When she learned that Tom and Laura were not just courting, but were planning to elope, to build a life together far from her influence, it was a betrayal she could not stomach. It was an intolerable public declaration that she had lost. The legend, which many hold as gospel, says that Anne, under the pretense of making peace, lured her cousin Laura to that secluded hillside. There, the womanly truce turned into a bitter confrontation, and Anne's simmering rage exploded into a single, brutal act of violence. Tom Dula's only crime that day was one of love and loyalty. He arrived at the meeting spot not to kill Laura, but to run away with her, or perhaps to finally break things off. Instead, he found Anne, spattered with blood, standing over the lifeless body of her cousin. In that horrifying moment, faced with an impossible choice, he chose Anne. He chose to protect the woman who had been his first love, the captivating, manipulative woman who held his heart in a vice. His crime was not murder, but the digging of a shallow grave and the weaving of a lie that would cost him his life. The court of law would hang Tom Dula. But the court of the mountains knew better. They unmasked a killer far more frightening than a reckless young man, a beautiful, jealous woman who let the man she claimed to love swing from a rope for a crime she committed. The true climax of this story is not a guilty verdict, but the chilling realization that the real monster walked free, leaving a ghost and a legend in her wake. Let us now go back to that hillside, not as speculators, but as silent witnesses to the truth the mountains have held for over a century. The sun was warm that morning, filtering through the leaves of the old oak trees. Laura Foster arrived first, her heart aflutter with a mix of hope and nervous fear. In her hands, she clutched a small bundle of clothes, everything she needed to start a new life with the man she loved. She believed she was there to meet Anne for a final, difficult conversation, a truce, or a parting of ways between cousins before she and Tom disappeared together forever. She was a lamb, walking trustingly into the slaughterhouse. When Anne arrived, the air grew thick with a tension the warm sun could not touch. The conversation started with forced pleasantries, but the venom was not far beneath the surface. We will never know the exact words that were spoken, but we can hear their echoes. Anne's voice, once familiar, likely turned to ice. Accusations flew like stones, words of betrayal, of stolen love, of shame and jealousy. The beautiful clearing, meant to be the starting point of a new life, became a courtroom with only one judge and one executioner. There was a sudden, violent movement, a flash of steel in the dappled sunlight. It was not followed by a blood-curdling scream, but by a sharp, surprised gasp from Laura, a sound of disbelief more than pain. That sound was cut short, replaced by a soft thud as her body crumpled onto the blanket of leaves. The small bundle of clothes fell from her grasp, spilling a pathetic collection of folded dresses and girlish dreams onto the forest floor. In an instant, The birds in the surrounding trees fell silent. The wind itself seemed to die, and the woods were plunged into a profound and unnatural stillness. The hot rage in Anne's veins cooled to a chilling dread. She stood for a long moment, breathing heavily, the knife now feeling cold and alien in her hand. She looked down, not at her cousin, but at a problem that had been solved, creating a far greater one in its place. Laura's eyes were open, staring blankly at a sky she could no longer see. The silence of the clearing was now an accusation, a ringing void that was louder than any scream. Some time later, Tom Doola walked into that clearing. He carried his fiddle in one hand and a shovel in the other, ready to dig a fire pit for the camp where he and Laura would spend their first night of freedom. He saw Anne first, standing like a stone statue. Then his eyes fell to the ground. The world stopped turning. He saw Laura, unnaturally still, her simple bundle of clothes scattered beside her like a child's forgotten toys. No words were needed. A look passed between Tom and Anne, a look of horror from him, and a look of desperate, silent pleading from her. In that moment, Tom Doola was no longer a lover planning an elopement. He became a protector of a terrible secret. He was a man of a certain mountain honor, and his honor, however twisted, belonged to Anne. His choice was made in that silent, horrifying instant. He set down his fiddle. He took the shovel, the tool he had brought for a life-giving fire, and began to break the earth. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the blade was the only sound in the clearing, a sound of a man digging not just into the soil, but into a lie so deep it would entomb them all. The trial of Tom Doola was more than a legal proceeding. It was a circus. Moved from the heated atmosphere of Wilkes County to the more neutral ground of Statesville, it became the sensation of the decade. The courtroom was packed every day with a sweating, breathless crowd, hungry for every sordid detail. You have to imagine the scene, a clash between the raw, unwritten code of the mountains and the starched collar justice of the state. At the head of Tom's defense was none other than Zebulon Vance, a celebrated former governor and Confederate officer, the most famous lawyer in North Carolina. The stage was set for a battle of titans over the life of one troubled fiddler. The prosecution built its case on a rickety foundation of circumstance. They presented their motive. Tom killed Laura to be free to continue his affair with Anne Melton, or to silence her about a pregnancy or a shameful disease. They leaned heavily on his flight to Tennessee, painting it as a clear admission of guilt. And at the center of their case was their star witness, Pauline Foster, who recounted her strange visions and claimed Anne Melton had confessed to her. But under the searing cross-examination of Governor Vance, her testimony crumbled, revealed as the confused and contradictory ramblings of a woman ravaged by illness. Vance's defense was a masterpiece of oratory and deflection. He portrayed his client not as a killer, but as a simple, honorable soldier who had been ensnared by a manipulative woman. With every question, with every booming objection, he pointed a long, accusatory finger directly at the empty chair where Anne Melton should have been sitting. He argued that she, driven by a mad jealousy, was the true murderer, and that Tom was either an innocent man framed for her crime or a foolishly noble one protecting her. He tore Pauline Foster's credibility to shreds, leaving the jury with a case full of smoke and shadows. Throughout the proceedings, Tom Doola was a picture of stoic calm. While lawyers battled and witnesses wept, he sat composed, his face an unreadable mask. It was not the defiance of an innocent man, nor the arrogance of a cold-blooded killer. It was the quiet, unnerving acceptance of a man who had already made his peace with his fate. Anne Melton, meanwhile, was safe. Thanks to a legal maneuver that separated their trials, she could not be compelled to testify against him, nor he against her. She remained a ghost, an unseen presence whose guilt or innocence was debated in the courtroom, but never tested under oath. Despite Vance's brilliant defense and the thinness of the evidence, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Tom Doola was sentenced to hang. He appealed, and a second trial was held.
but the outcome was the same. The legal system had its killer. But back in the hollows of Wilkes County, the verdict was met with a grim, knowing shake of the head. This wasn't justice, it was a convenience. They had hanged the fool and let the serpent go free. On the gallows, on May the 1st, 1868, Tom Dooler played a final mournful tune on his fiddle. He then stood before the massive crowd and spoke his last, carefully chosen words. "Gentlemen, I stand before you today, and I declare that I am the only person who had a hand in the death of Laura Foster." It sounded like a confession, but it wasn't. He didn't say he killed her. He said he had a hand in her death, the hand that dug the grave, the hand that held the secret. With those ambiguous words, he plunged the gallows into the ground and stepped into legend, a martyr in the eyes of his people, protecting the woman he loved to the very end. The gallows rope that snapped Tom Dooler's neck did not end the story. It merely scattered the characters to their own private hells. The tragedy rippled outwards, forever altering the lives of everyone it had touched. For Anne Melton, the woman at the dark heart of it all, there was no victory, no triumphant return to her life with Tom gone. She had won, but the prize was a life sentence of suspicion and isolation. She returned to her husband, James, but she was a pariah in her own community. The whispers followed her like a shroud. Neighbors would fall silent when she entered a room, their eyes holding a cold, knowing judgment that no court could ever deliver. She was a ghost among the living, haunted by the memory of the man who died for her and the cousin she sent to a shallow grave. The legend of her end is as dark as her life. Years later, ravaged by the same syphilis that had plagued them all, Anne lay on her deathbed. As a furious storm, a true mountain tempest, clawed at the walls of her home, she was seized by a final, terrifying need to confess. The local myth, told as gospel, claims that as she drew a rattling breath to speak the truth of what happened on that hillside, a bolt of lightning struck the chimney. The roar of thunder was deafening, shaking the house to its foundation and drowning out her final words. Her secret, whatever it was, died with her, snatched away by an act of God or the devil, leaving only the legend behind. The lives of the other players were just as irrevocably broken. Pauline Foster, the tragic and unreliable witness, was cast out. Her reputation was in tatters, and her mind continued its slow, merciless decay. She died not long after, a victim of her disease and a pawn in a game far beyond her comprehension. Laura's father lived out his days with the hollow ache of a man who got a conviction, but not the truth. His daughter's memory forever tied to scandal and a famous murder ballad. The Dooler family bore the shame of the gallows. They retrieved Tom's body and buried him in their family plot, his grave marked by a simple fieldstone that is still visited to this day. They never believed he was a murderer, but a fool who died for a wicked woman's love. They lived with the stigma, their name now synonymous with the most infamous crime in North Carolina history. Even the men who were merely actors in the final drama were marked by it. Governor Zebulon Vance went on to serve as a U.S. Senator, but the Dooler case remained one of his most famous, a rare and public loss in a celebrated career. Colonel James Grayson, the lawman who captured Tom, was further cemented as a folk hero, the man who always got his man. But for the families at the heart of the story, there was no glory, no moving on. The crime left a wound on the soul of Wilkes County, a scar that would be passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of love, jealousy, and the devastating price of silence. The rope that hanged Tom Dooler didn't silence his story. It just gave it a voice that would echo for a century and a half. The traces of this tragedy have not vanished. They are etched into the very soil of Wilkes County, tangible reminders that this is not just a legend, but a true story of love and death. You can still visit Tom Dooler's grave today, It's a simple plot of family land marked by a weathered stone, where visitors often leave small tokens, a coin, a flower, a guitar pick, offerings left for the ghost of a handsome fiddler. Miles away, Laura Foster lies in a different cemetery, her final resting place far from the man she died for, their separation in death as permanent as it was in life. But the most powerful remnant is not made of stone, it's made of music. Long before the lawyers and the newspapers, the people of the mountains preserved the story in the only way they knew how. They sang about it. The original folk ballad of Tom Dooley was a raw, haunting piece of oral history passed down through generations. Its verses were often darker and more complex than the famous version, with lines that pointed the finger directly at Anne Melton, capturing the community's true belief. It was this local ballad that kept the memory alive, a flickering candle in the dark hollows of time. Then, in 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded their version. They simplified the narrative, smoothed out the rough edges, and turned a sordid Appalachian murder into a romantic, chart-topping hit. Their song, with its catchy rhythm and mournful refrain, blasted the story across the world. It cemented the name Tom Dooley in the popular imagination and ensured that this small-town tragedy would achieve a strange and lasting immortality. The song is the story's living ghost, a tune that drifts on the radio waves, its tragic origins unknown to most who hum along. Today, if you travel those winding roads in Wilkes County and talk to the old-timers, the story is still there, living and breathing. They will point you toward the hills where Laura's body was found, a place still thick with rhododendron and shadow. They'll tell you that on a quiet night, when the wind sighs through the pines, it sounds like the mournful notes of Tom Dooley's fiddle. And some will swear that if you're near that lonely hillside after dark, you might just see a spectral figure wandering through the trees, the ghost of Laura Foster, forever searching for the lover who was supposed to meet her on that long-ago morning. The world might have forgotten the details, but the mountains never do. So we return to the question that hung in the mist at the very beginning. What happened to Laura Foster? The answer, we find, is not a simple one. It was not just a crime of passion. It was a perfect storm, a tragedy born from a collision of desperate love, savage jealousy, a twisted code of mountain honor, and a community that chose silence over a truth that was too dangerous to speak aloud. The law, in its formal and rigid way, found a killer. But it never found the whole truth. It settled for a convenient villain and closed the book, content to let the deeper, darker story fester in the shadows. This is a story that teaches us a hard lesson, that justice and the law are not always the same thing, especially in a place where family loyalty is its own kind of law. It's a chilling reminder of how a single, violent act can poison generations, and how a lie, once told, can take on a life of its own. But more than that, the legend of Tom Dooley is a testament to the enduring power of a story. The courts delivered a verdict, but the people of the mountains delivered a ballad. And in the end, it was the song, not the law, that kept the truest version of the story alive. The Ballad of Tom Dooley is more than just a folk song. It is the final testament of a community that knew the truth and chose to sing it rather than speak it. It's the ghost of a handsome fiddler, forever playing a mournful tune for the foolish choice he made. It's the whispered confession of a guilty woman, a confession the thunder tried to drown out. It's the cry of a young girl, silenced by a knife on a lonely hillside. The courts may have closed the case, but the mountains never did. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of the truth as a mournful old song is willing to give up. On October 20th, 1865, 6 long months after the Civil War had officially ended, a man stood on the gallows in Nashville, Tennessee. The great armies were silent, the soldiers paroled and sent home to rebuild their shattered lives. But for this man, there would be no peace. He wasn't being hanged for treason. He was charged with 53 counts of murder. He was a supposed Confederate soldier, yet he was being treated like a common criminal, a monster beyond pardon. What did this man do that was so terrible, even by the brutal standards of war, that forgiveness was impossible? To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the land that soaked it up. The Cumberland Mountains, straddling the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, were a world unto themselves in 1861. This wasn't a land of grand plantations or bustling cities. It was a rugged, isolated quilt of misty hollows, dense forests, and winding rivers, a place where the mountains themselves dictated the terms of life. The people here were as tough and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet, forged by hardship and bound by codes older than the nation itself. Their loyalties were not to distant governments in Washington or Richmond. They were to family, to kin, to the neighbor who helped you raise a barn, or the one you shared a long, simmering feud with over a property line. Here, personal honor was everything, and a grudge could be passed down through generations like a family heirloom. It was a place of deep faith and fierce independence, where the law was often just a suggestion and real justice was handled face to face. When the Civil War came, it didn't arrive like a disciplined army marching in formation. It seeped into these hollows like a poison, turning the very fabric of this society against itself. The conflict wasn't about slavery for most of these mountain folk. It was about loyalty, and it split communities with a surgical cruelty. Friend turned against friend, cousin took up arms against cousin. A dispute over a stray hog from 10 years prior could now be settled with a rifle, all under the banner of Union or Confederacy. Into this cauldron of simmering hate stepped 2 men who would become the living symbols of this brutal, personal war. One was Samuel Champ Ferguson, a man with a temper as sharp as his knife, who would side with the Confederacy. The other was David Tinker Dave Beatty, a staunch Unionist, as rugged and determined as his rival. They weren't generals or politicians. They were neighbors, products of the same mountains, who would soon become mortal enemies. This, then, was the world that was lost. It was a hard world, a violent world, but it had its own order. The people of the Cumberland Plateau stood to lose more than just a war. They stood to lose their homes, their families, and the unwritten laws that had governed their lives for a century. They were about to become the victims of a war fought not on battlefields, but in their own backyards, by their own people. There was no single crime scene, cordoned off with yellow tape. In the borderlands of 1861, the crime scene was an entire mountain range. The first shots of Champ Ferguson's personal war weren't fired on a battlefield, but in a secluded clearing, witnessed only by the silent, ancient trees. The first report of the crime didn't come from a sheriff, but from the whispers that snaked through the hollows, carried on the wind like a bad omen. The most verifiable story begins with a capture. A group of local Unionists, led by a man named William Frog, cornered Ferguson and his friend Preston Smith. This was not a formal military arrest. It was a kidnapping, an act of personal power in a land where badges and uniforms meant less than the name your family carried. They were dragged to a makeshift camp, a place where the only law was the will of the man holding the gun. There was no trial, no charge read, just the cold, hard glint of hatred in Frog's eyes. The scene that unfolded was one of stark, summary brutality. Frog, acting as judge, jury, and executioner, declared Preston Smith an enemy. Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised his pistol. A single shot echoed through the hollow, and Smith fell dead to the ground. In that instant, Champ Ferguson, bound and helpless, watched his friend be murdered not for a cause, but for a conviction. He saw the grim satisfaction on Frog's face and understood that the rules of civilization no longer applied here. The only evidence left at the scene was a fresh grave, if they even bothered to dig one, and the memory of the man who got away. In a desperate surge of adrenaline, Ferguson broke free. He scrambled into the dense woods as bullets tore through the bark around him, a ghost in motion, fueled by pure terror and a dawning, white-hot rage. The tracks he left were not of a soldier retreating, but of an animal escaping a trap, an animal that would soon learn to become the hunter. This singular, brutal event was immediately tangled with other, even darker whispers. Stories began to circulate about a different kind of crime scene at Ferguson's own cabin. People said that Unionist home guards had come for him while he was away, finding his wife and young daughter sick in their beds. The tale, told in hushed tones, claimed the men forced the ailing women out into the freezing cold, an act of such profound cruelty that they soon died. Was it true? Or was it a legend that grew from the seed of Preston Smith's murder? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that all pointed to one terrifying certainty. A reckoning was coming. When the storm of violence finally broke, it wasn't a random tempest. It was a targeted lightning strike. The first suspects in Ferguson's war, the first men he hunted, were not strangers in blue uniforms from a distant northern state. They were his neighbors. They were the men he held personally responsible for shattering his world. His rage had a face and a name, and at the top of that list were William Frog and Tinker Dave Beatty. The motive was as clear as a mountain stream and as dark as a grave. Everyone in the borderlands knew the story of Preston Smith's execution. William Frog hadn't just killed a Confederate sympathizer. He had murdered Champ Ferguson's friend in cold blood right before his eyes. The image of his friend falling, the puff of gun smoke in the cold air, the casual cruelty of the act. It was a wound that could only be cauterized with blood. This was a debt of honor, and in the mountains, such debts are always paid in full. Layered over this undeniable act was the even more potent legend of his wife and daughter. Whether the story of the Unionist home guards forcing them from their sickbeds was entirely true, or a tale that grew larger in the telling, doesn't matter. Ferguson believed it. He carried that story in his heart like a burning coal, a narrative of unimaginable cruelty that justified any atrocity in return. He saw Tinker Dave Beatty's men not as soldiers, but as monsters who had preyed upon the helpless and desecrated the sanctity of his home. The whispers that followed Ferguson as he slipped back into the mountains were not of strategy or politics. They were of a vow. He made no secret of his intentions. He told anyone who would listen that he was on a mission of vengeance. He swore an oath that for every friend, for every family member lost, 100 Yankees would pay the price. The initial evidence of his coming rampage was his own chilling declaration of a war of extermination, a promise to hunt down and kill every last man he held accountable, giving no quarter and taking no prisoners. The borderlands were no longer a battleground, they were his personal hunting ground. But Ferguson's rage, as potent as it was, did not burn in a vacuum. A fire that big needs fuel, and it needs air. While his enemies gave him the spark, it was the people he considered allies, his own neighbors, and the very cause he fought for, who fanned the flames. This introduces the second, more insidious suspect in the creation of this monster, the quiet poison of internal betrayal. Ferguson became a weapon, but the hands that aimed him often belonged to his friends. No one suspected the motives of the Confederate-leaning families who offered him shelter, food, and information. They were seen as patriots supporting a local hero. But beneath the surface, older, more personal currents were at play. A long-standing land dispute, a family insult from a generation ago, simple jealousy. These were the true motives that often guided Ferguson's hand. A farmer would ride to his camp, not with news of troop movements, but with a whisper that his Unionist neighbor, the one who owned the fertile bottomland he'd always coveted, was a dangerous bushwhacker. When re-examined, the pattern of his killings suggests a darker truth. Why was Elam Huddleston, a sickly old man, a priority for execution? Because someone in the community declared him a very bad man. Ferguson, consumed by his own mission of vengeance, was the perfect tool. He didn't need much proof. A pointed finger from a supposed ally was enough. He became the physical manifestation of his community's petty hatreds, settling their private scores under the public banner of the Confederacy, perhaps without even realizing he was being used. This betrayal extended all the way to the top. The Confederate government in Richmond was happy to have men like Ferguson terrorizing the Unionist population, disrupting supply lines and tying down troops. They gave him legitimacy, a captain's commission, a flag to fly. But it was a relationship of convenience. They wanted the chaos he created, but they kept him at arm's length, officially disavowing his most brutal tactics. They betrayed the very guerrilla fighters they empowered, using them for the war's dirtiest work and leaving them to face the consequences alone. Ferguson thought he was a soldier, but to many on his own side, he was just a rabid dog, to be unleashed on their enemies and put down when he was no longer useful. But beyond the personal hatreds that festered in the mountain hollows, a larger, more impersonal storm was gathering. This threat came from outside the tight-knit world of the borderlands, an organized force that saw these hills not as a collection of homes and families, but as a strategic chessboard. This was the formal war machine of the United States and the Confederacy, and its arrival would pour gasoline on the fires of local feuds. To the Union High Command in Nashville and Washington, Champ Ferguson was not a grieving husband or a man avenging a friend. He was simply a problem to be solved, an infection of rebellion in a strategically important region. Their motive was cold, calculated, and entirely impersonal. Pacify the area, protect Union supply lines, and eliminate all irregular resistance. They sent patrols of uniformed soldiers, men who didn't know the local families or their histories. To these outsiders, a man plowing his field could be a farmer or a guerrilla fighter in disguise. They often couldn't tell the difference, and their harsh methods bred even more resentment. From the other direction, the Confederate leadership applied its own external pressure. They saw in Champ Ferguson not a man, but a weapon. His personal vendetta was a useful tool for terrorizing Unionist sympathizers and disrupting federal operations, all at little cost to the formal Confederate Army. They gave him a captain's commission, a thin veneer of legitimacy for his bloody work. Men like General John C. Breckinridge were happy to use Ferguson's savage band of riders for a specific military objective, like the attack on Saltville, and then look the other way when the butchery began. Ferguson was their asset, a wild dog they could point in the right direction, whose savagery served their larger, impersonal goals. The presence of these organized armies created a new climate of fear, squeezing the people of the mountains in a terrible vice. Suddenly, strange men in uniform were a common sight on the winding roads, carrying an air of official, indifferent menace. They brought with them a different kind of violence, organized, efficient, and absolute. The personal war of neighbor against neighbor was now caught up in a national conflict, escalating the stakes beyond anything the locals could have imagined. This external pressure crushed the old rules of the mountains, leaving a vacuum where only the most brutal could thrive. The hunt for Champ Ferguson began in earnest, a desperate attempt to cage the monster that had been unleashed. The primary hunter was his arch-nemesis, Tinker Dave Beatty, a man who knew the mountains as well as Ferguson did. He was joined by patrols of Union cavalry, professional soldiers sent to bring order to a land that had never known it. They had a clear target and a righteous cause. But they soon discovered they weren't hunting a man. They were chasing a phantom. Every lead they followed seemed to dissolve into the Appalachian mist. A farmer would ride breathlessly into a Union camp, swearing he'd just seen Ferguson and his men watering their horses at Calfkiller Creek. A posse would be formed, riding hard for hours through treacherous terrain, only to arrive and find nothing but hoof prints fading in the mud and the cold ashes of a long-dead campfire. Ferguson was a master of the wilderness. He knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every cave that could shelter a man from a storm or a patrol. The mountains that were a confusing, hostile maze to the outsiders were his sanctuary. The Union soldiers operated on the assumption that they were fighting a guerrilla company. They looked for camps, for supply lines, for patterns. But Ferguson fought by no book of military tactics. He and his small band of riders would materialize on a remote road, carry out an execution, and then vanish, melting back into the forest as if they were never there. They would ride 30 miles in a night, split up, and rendezvous days later at a prearranged spot known only to them. Tracking them was like trying to track a dozen individual wolves at once. One promising report placed Ferguson at a sympathizer's farm, preparing for an evening meal. A full company of Union soldiers surrounded the property in the dead of night, moving with painstaking silence. They burst into the cabin at dawn, ready for a firefight, only to find the farmer's family calmly eating breakfast. The farmer would claim he hadn't seen Ferguson in months, his face a perfect mask of innocence. The soldiers would leave empty-handed and furious, never knowing that Ferguson had been watching them from a wooded ridge the entire time, warned hours earlier by a signal from a trusted neighbor. With every failed raid, every cold trail, the frustration of the Union forces grew into a palpable rage. And for the Unionist families living in those isolated hollows, that frustration translated into pure terror. They knew the soldiers couldn't protect them. They knew that Ferguson was always watching, and that the price for talking to the Federals was a visit in the night from which there was no return. The more the law failed to catch him, the more powerful his legend became, and the deeper the fear settled into the bones of the community. The Union Army quickly learned that the dense forests and rocky bluffs were not the most formidable obstacles in their hunt for Champ Ferguson. The true fortress that protected him was a silent, invisible wall built by the people of the mountains themselves. When soldiers came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and a maddeningly consistent refrain: saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This was the omerta of the Appalachians, a code of silence more binding than any law. This silence was rooted first and foremost in pure, paralyzing fear. Ferguson wasn't just a soldier, he was a specter of vengeance. He cultivated terror as a weapon. Stories, true or not, of his brutality were his greatest ally. He was known to decapitate his victims and leave their heads on fence posts as a grim message to others. A farmer who might have considered cooperating with the Union patrol knew that the soldiers would eventually leave. But Ferguson would remain. A whispered word to the wrong person could lead to a visit in the dead of night, a barn burned to the ground, or a fate far, far worse. But it wasn't just fear. It was a complex web of family ties and a deep-seated suspicion of outsiders. Ferguson was a local man. His kin and his wife's kin were woven into the fabric of the community. Turning him over to an army of strangers felt like a profound betrayal of their own blood. To many, the Union soldiers were an occupying force, invaders who didn't understand their ways, their feuds, or their loyalties. In the stark calculus of the mountains, it was often better to shelter your own monster than to trust the justice of a foreigner. This wall of silence took a heavy psychological toll. The air in these hollows grew thick with unspoken truths. Neighbors who had known each other for generations now avoided eye contact, their conversations becoming clipped and shallow, terrified of letting a dangerous word slip. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the ridge overlooking the Calf Killer River, once mentioned to a traveling peddler that he'd seen riders pass his cabin late one night. A week later, he found his prize hog, his food for the winter, slaughtered in its pen. No one said a word, but the message was as clear as a gunshot in the night. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than Champ Ferguson's rifle was your own tongue. Silence had become the only armor they had left. For 4 years, the war had been the perfect cover for Ferguson's savagery. But in April of 1865, a piece of information more powerful than any army trickled into the Cumberland Mountains. It wasn't a secret whispered in a cabin or a clue found on a body. It was the news of General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The Civil War was over, and with that single undeniable fact, the entire world shifted under Champ Ferguson's feet. The overlooked detail, the forgotten clue that broke the case wide open, was his own identity. For years, he had operated under the belief that he was a soldier, a commissioned captain in the Confederate Army. His killings, in his own mind, were acts of war. But the surrender stripped away that justification. The cause he fought for no longer existed. The government that gave him a commission was dissolved. Suddenly, his actions had to be re-examined, not as tactics in a guerrilla conflict, but as individual crimes. He was no longer a soldier. He was just a man who had killed, by his own count, over 100 people. The true turning point, however, was an act of profound arrogance on Ferguson's part. Believing his commission made him a legitimate combatant, he thought he was entitled to the same amnesty being offered to thousands of other Confederate soldiers. He made a fatal miscalculation. Instead of disappearing deeper into the mountains or fleeing west, he did the unthinkable. In May of 1865, he willingly rode into the Union-occupied city of Nashville and presented himself to the authorities to surrender and receive his parole. The moment he gave his name, the perception of the situation changed in a flash. The Union officers didn't see a weary soldier seeking peace. They saw a name from countless reports of atrocities. They saw the butcher of the Saltville massacre, the specter who had haunted the borderlands for 4 years. The forgotten clue, Ferguson's own wanted status as a war criminal, was no longer forgotten. Instead of a parole slip, they gave him iron handcuffs. The news of his capture was like a thunderclap across the mountains. The ghost had been caught. The boogeyman was in chains. And with that revelation, the wall of silence, which had been held together by fear, began to crumble. A new, desperate urgency took hold, not to find a killer, but to finally bear witness against him. The stories that had been buried in the dark soil of the Cumberlands for 4 long years were about to be unearthed. The climax of Champ Ferguson's story did not happen in a bloody mountain skirmish, but in the suffocating stillness of a Nashville courtroom in the autumn of 1865. The Phantom of the Cumberlands was finally caged, a physically imposing figure in the witness box, but his legend was about to be systematically dismantled, not by bullets, but by words. The central mystery was finally being addressed. Was this man a soldier, twisted by the horrors of war, or was he something else entirely? The trial would unmask him. The prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. One by one, witnesses took the stand, widows, orphans, old men who had survived by some miracle. They didn't speak of battles or military objectives. They spoke of ambushes on lonely roads, of men shot down while pleading for their lives, of executions carried out with a terrifying calmness. They described Ferguson personally killing the sickly, bedridden Lieutenant Smith in a field hospital, dragging him from his cot and shooting him in the head. This wasn't war, it was murder. Then came the testimony that shocked a nation already numb to the horrors of the conflict. The Saltville massacre. Eyewitnesses, including Confederate officers, described the scene after the battle. They told the court how Ferguson and his men rode onto the field, ignoring the rules of surrender, and began a 2-day orgy of slaughter. They recounted watching him personally execute dozens of wounded and captured black soldiers from the 5th U.S. Colored cavalry, shooting them in their hospital beds and hunting them down in the woods. This act was so barbaric, it went beyond vengeance or military necessity. It was an act of pure, unadulterated hatred. But the final, definitive unmasking came from the mouth of Champ Ferguson himself. He took the stand, not with remorse, but with a chilling, defiant pride. He admitted to everything. He calmly confirmed the killings, one after another. His defense was simple and horrifying. He was a soldier, and these men were the enemy. When asked about killing the sick Lieutenant Smith,
Ferguson coolly replied, "He was a bad soldier, and I wanted to get him out of the way." In that moment, the mask was gone forever. The journal, the letter, the forgotten clue, it was his own testimony. His motive was laid bare, and it was far darker than simple revenge. Vengeance may have been the spark, but the fire was fueled by something else, a cold, methodical enjoyment of power and death. He had appointed himself the ultimate arbiter of life and death in the mountains. The war had not created a monster. It had simply given a monster the perfect opportunity to flourish. The man in the witness box was not a soldier. He was a killer who had found his calling. Now that we know the verdict of the court, we can finally reconstruct the truth of those 4 terrifying years. We can push aside the rumors and legends and piece together the events, not as a soldier would tell them, but as the mountains themselves must remember them. For 4 years, the sound of a lone rider in the distance was enough to make a mother pull her children inside and bolt the door. A dog's frantic barking that was suddenly cut short was a sound that chilled the blood. Imagine a small makeshift hospital, a place of supposed sanctuary where wounded Union men lay shivering with fever and pain. Their war was over. The doors burst open, not with medics, but with Ferguson and his men. The doctor's pleas for mercy were met with cold silence. Then came the sounds, a series of muffled, ugly pops, one after another, each one followed by a final groan that was quickly silenced. A young lieutenant, sick with measles and no threat to anyone, was pulled from his cot. His bare feet scraped against the rough floorboards. Another sharp report echoed in the small room, followed by the heavy, final sound of a body hitting the floor. When the raiders left, an unnatural stillness filled the space, a silence more terrifying than any scream. Picture the scene at Saltville, Virginia. The formal battle was over. The Union forces, including the 5th U.S. Colored Cavalry, had retreated. But for the wounded and the captured left behind, the horror was just beginning. For 2 days, Ferguson rode across the field, a dark silhouette against a grey sky. From the surrounding hills, witnesses could hear the sporadic popping sound of his revolver over and over again. They saw wounded men, black soldiers who had fought bravely and surrendered, trying to crawl to the safety of the woods. The horsemen would follow. There would be another pop, and the crawling would cease. The battlefield, which had been a place of combat, became a silent field of execution, its fallen soldiers not casualties of war, but victims of a massacre. And then there were the personal encounters, the moments of intimate, face-to-face terror. An old man, Elam Huddleston, sickly and frail, stood before Ferguson, pleading that he was too weak to have ever been a threat. Ferguson's voice was flat, a pronouncement of fate. "You are said to be a very bad man." A single deafening crack sent the birds scattering from the trees for a mile around. Then there was only the sound of the rider's horse sighing as he turned to leave, leaving another dark stain on the Appalachian soil. This was the truth of Champ Ferguson's war. It wasn't fought on battle lines with cannons, but in sick rooms, on fields of surrender, and on lonely mountain roads, with a cold heart and a steady hand. The trial of Champ Ferguson wasn't held in some dusty mountain town courthouse where his name carried the weight of fear and legend. It was a formal military tribunal in Nashville, a public spectacle for a nation grappling with the war's savage legacy. The room was packed, the air thick with tension. Newspaper reporters from as far away as New York scribbled furiously in their notebooks, eager to capture every detail of the man they had already dubbed the Great Guerrilla Chieftain and the Confederate Demon. This wasn't just a trial for murder. It was an attempt to draw a line, to declare that even in the hell of a civil war, some acts were simply beyond the pale. Throughout the proceedings, Champ Ferguson was a figure of unnerving composure. As witness after witness took the stand to recount tales of cold-blooded slaughter, he watched them with a steady, unblinking gaze. He showed no remorse, no fear,
not even a flicker of regret. He listened as men described him shooting the wounded in their beds, and his expression never changed. When it was his turn to speak, his defense was as simple as it was shocking. He claimed he was a soldier, a commissioned officer of the Confederacy. Every man he killed, he argued, was an enemy combatant in a war where the official policy on both sides of the border conflict was no quarter. In his mind, he was not a murderer. He was a patriot who had simply fought the war with more conviction than most. But the military commission was not swayed. The testimony was too damning, the victims too helpless, the cruelty too personal. They saw the clear pattern. This was not a soldier's work. This was a campaign of personal extermination, cloaked in the thin justification of a military commission. On October 10, 1865, the verdict came back. Guilty. The sentence was death by hanging. For most of the nation, the verdict was a moment of catharsis, a righteous judgment against one of the war's most notorious villains. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But back in the hollows of White County, Tennessee, on the good rebel soil where Ferguson had asked to be buried, the verdict was heard differently. To his family, his friends, and his sympathizers, he was not a war criminal. He was a soldier who had been martyred by a victor's court. They argued that Union guerrillas like Tinker Dave Beatty had committed similar acts and were now hailed as heroes. To them, Champ Ferguson wasn't hanged for his crimes. He was hanged for fighting for the Confederacy. The verdict, a clear-cut case of guilt in the eyes of the law, remains a subject of bitter debate in those mountains to this day, a perfect symbol of the brothers' war, where one man's monster is another man's hero. Champ Ferguson's death was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a long and bitter memory that would coil itself around the lives of everyone he had ever touched. For his own family, the name Ferguson became both a curse and a martyr's cry. They buried his body in the good rebel soil he requested, but they could not bury his legacy. For generations, his descendants would carry the weight of his actions, forced to live in the shadow of a man remembered by half their neighbors as a monster, and by the other half as a hero betrayed. His name was a burden, a mark that set them apart in the very hills they called home. And what of his great rival, Tinker Dave Beatty? He had won. He had outlasted his nemesis and fought for the victorious side. But victory in a war like this is a fragile, haunted thing. Beatty lived a long life, but the brutal tactics he had been forced to adopt, the friends he had lost, and the constant threat he had lived under for 4 years left scars that no government pension could heal. He had survived the devil himself, but the fight had cost him a piece of his own soul. Peace in the mountains was a quiet, uneasy thing, and for a man like Beatty, the silence was likely filled with the ghosts of the war he had fought and won. For the families of the men Ferguson killed, his execution was a final, terrible chapter. It was justice, but it was not restoration. It could not bring back a husband, a father, or a son. They now had to live in a fractured community, walking the same roads and frequenting the same general store as the very people who had sheltered Ferguson, who had fed him, who had kept silent while he hunted their loved ones. The immediate threat was gone, but the sense of betrayal remained, a quiet, simmering poison that would taint relationships in those hollows for decades. The lives of those falsely accused, or those whose only crime was loyalty to the Confederacy, were also irrevocably altered. Many who had sympathized with Ferguson, who saw him as their protector, now bore the stain of his crimes. Their reputations were tarnished by association. They were the neighbors of a convicted mass murderer, a label that the victorious Unionists would never let them forget. Ferguson's execution only hardened their bitterness, cementing a sense of grievance that would be passed down to their children and their children's children, fueling the simmering resentments of the lost cause. The war was over, but the battle lines in the hearts of the people were now drawn in stone. The story of Champ Ferguson did not end on the gallows, and it wasn't sealed in his tomb. If you travel today to the France Cemetery in White County, Tennessee, you can still find his grave. It is a simple, weathered stone, a quiet place that belies the violent life of the man buried beneath it. This patch of earth is the most tangible remnant of his story, a physical anchor point connecting our world to his. You can stand there and look out at the same rolling hills he once rode through and feel the chilling presence of the past. The mountains themselves have not forgotten. The Calf-Killer River still flows, its name a permanent grisly reminder of the frontier violence that shaped this land long before the Civil War. The fog still clings to the hollows where he and his men would disappear, and the winding roads they used for ambush are still there, many of them now paved over, but following the same treacherous paths. The landscape of the Cumberland Plateau is a silent monument, etched with the memories of every skirmish, every execution, every desperate flight from justice. But the true echoes are not in stone or soil, they are in the whispers and the stories. To this day, the tale of Champ Ferguson is told in the borderlands, a local legend as potent as any ghost story. It's a story told around hunting campfires, a cautionary tale passed from grandfathers to their grandsons. They still talk about the myth of his missing head, the ghoulish rumor that his skull was taken for scientific study, a final indignity for the man who had terrorized their ancestors. Most powerfully, the war over Champ Ferguson's soul continues to this day. Walk into a local diner or hardware store in that part of the country and ask if he was a hero or a monster. You will start an argument that is just as passionate and divided now as it was in 1865. The world has forgotten, but these mountains remember. They remember because the war he fought was not just about North and South, it was about them. And that memory is now a part of their very identity, a living echo of a time when the devil himself rode the hills of Tennessee. So we return to where we began, to a man on a gallows in Nashville, long after the cannons of the Civil War had fallen silent. We asked what this man could have done that was so terrible, even by the standards of that brutal conflict, that he alone could not be forgiven. And now we have the answer. It wasn't that he killed, for the war had made killers of thousands. It was that he savored it. He stripped away the pretense of military necessity and revealed the cold, hard core of personal hatred. He murdered the sick, executed the surrendered, and turned a national conflict into his own private slaughterhouse, all while claiming the mantle of a soldier. Forgiveness was impossible because Champ Ferguson forced a nation exhausted by death to look at his work and finally draw a line between the horrors of war and the acts of a monster. This is a story, then, not just of a single violent man, but of a timeless and terrifying truth. It is a warning of what happens when the poison of personal vengeance is given the legitimacy of a flag and a uniform. It shows how the grand, abstract ideals of a nation at war can be twisted to justify the most intimate and brutal acts of neighbor against neighbor. And it is a profound lesson in the power of silence, how a community bound by fear and a complex code of loyalty can become the soil in which such evil is allowed to take root and grow, unchecked, until it consumes everything. The war is over. The men who fought it are long gone. But the ghost of Champ Ferguson and the questions his life demands of us still haunt those misty Appalachian hollows. He reminds us that the most dangerous battleground is not in a field or a fortress, but in the human heart, where the lines between soldier and murderer, justice and revenge, can blur and then vanish with terrifying ease. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the court records and old tales are willing to give up. The rest belongs to the mountains. In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality,
and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains, a whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, it was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here. They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants. And they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives. It was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery.
Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley. It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed. And for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between four stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against, being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miner's spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken, and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the cold, coal-dusted hollows of 1930s West Virginia, a ghost walked the mountains. They called him Little Billy Rhodes. He was a thief who never took for himself, a phantom who left sacks of flour on the doorsteps of starving miners' shacks. Then, one day, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. No body, no trial, no final shootout. Just silence. The company bosses called him a dangerous criminal. The law called him a menace. But to the families trapped in the crushing grip of debt and desperation, he was something else entirely. A prayer answered in the dead of night. Was he a real man of flesh and blood? Or was he an idea, a spirit of defiance that lived in the hearts of a whole community? Today, we dig through a mountain of legend to find the truth, to understand how the quiet anger of 1,000 miners gave birth to the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes. To find the man, you have to dig past the myth, and the story they tell always begins in the same place. A grey, clapboard house in a nameless company town, indistinguishable from 100 others pressed into the folds of the West Virginia hills. It's a place where the air itself tastes of coal dust, and the only clock that matters is the steam whistle from the tipple. This wasn't a community, it was a holding pen, built for the sole purpose of extracting coal from the earth and loyalty from the men who mined it. They say Billy was born into a miner's family, like every other boy in the camp. His father was a man whose strength was legendary, able to load more tons in a shift than any two younger men, but who came home each night with a little more of the mountain ground into his lungs. His mother was a woman who could make a meal from next to nothing and find a way to patch a patch, her silence a testament to a resilience that ran deeper than any coal seam. In that small shack, he learned the unspoken code of the mountains. You protect your own, you owe no debt to an outsider who disrespects you, and you never, ever show weakness. The world outside that door, however, operated on a different code entirely. The turning point, the moment the boy became something more, came with the sound of a cough. It was his father's cough, a wet, ragged sound that signaled the end. Black lung. The company called it miner's asthma and docked his pay for missed shifts. When he finally succumbed, the company sent no condolences. They sent a man with a ledger to calculate the family's outstanding debt at the company store. The man who had given his life to the mine was now just a negative number in a book. The true breaking point came a week later. Billy, still a boy, but now the man of the house, watched his mother stand before the company store manager, a man with a soft belly and clean fingernails. She was pleading for a bag of flour on credit just until her oldest son could start in the mines. The manager checked his ledger, shook his head, and turned her away empty-handed. In that moment, Billy saw it all with a terrifying clarity. The injustice wasn't a mistake in the system, it was the system. He saw his mother's shame, the manager's indifference, and the well-stocked shelves that might as well have been a world away. That night, something in him hardened, turning his grief into a cold, sharp-edged purpose. He didn't cry. He watched. He began to truly see the woods that surrounded the camp, not as a playground, but as a sanctuary, a place with its own laws that the company couldn't touch. He learned the paths the guards walked, the timing of the supply wagons, the way a loose floorboard in the company store sang a different tune than the others. The mountains were teaching him, forging him. He was creating his own code, born from the ashes of his father's life. It was a simple code, but absolute. You do not harm a working man. You do not touch a family's meager possessions. You do not spill blood if it can be avoided, but you take back what was stolen, you humble the proud, and you deliver justice where the law refuses to tread. The boy who watched his mother walk away with nothing was gone. In his place stood a shadow, waiting for the right moment to fall. Before the full weight of the law and the focused rage of the coal barons came crashing down, there was a period of strange, tense equilibrium. The name Little Billy Rhodes settled over the hollows, not like a storm cloud, but like the persistent mountain fog, a constant, unseen presence that changed the landscape. He wasn't a man you'd meet at the company store. He was the reason you could walk past that store with your head held a little higher, knowing its power wasn't absolute. In those days, his legend was written on the porches of the needy. A family whose father was too sick to work would wake to find a side of bacon and a sack of potatoes by the door, left sometime between the last patrol of the company guards and the first light of dawn. A widow, facing eviction, might find a handful of real US dollars tucked into the frame of her screen door, just enough to pacify the company man for another month. These weren't grand gestures, they were acts of targeted survival, a quiet redistribution of stolen wages. His relationship with the community was a sacred, unspoken pact. They were his eyes and ears. A child playing by the creek might see a new company guard and mention it to his father. That evening, the information would travel through the camp. A ripple of warning passed in hushed tones between miners at the coalface, between women hanging laundry on the line. In return, the community became a fortress of silence. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, slow shrugs, and the impenetrable wall of mountain folk protecting their own. Little Billy? Can't say I know the man. This was Billy in his prime, a master of his domain. He moved through the world of the company town like a ghost in his own house. He knew which guards drank on duty, which managers were careless with their keys, and which routes the payroll wagon took on the last Friday of the month. He wasn't just a thief, he was an intelligence operative in a war nobody had officially declared. He had turned the mountains that imprisoned his people into his greatest weapon, a labyrinth of shadow and stone where he was king. This fragile balance was the world he had built, a world he sought to protect. It was a place where fear was no longer the only currency, where a single defiant man could hold back the tide of corporate greed. He had given his people more than just food and money. He had given them hope, a dangerous and priceless commodity. And it was this very success, this growing legend, that would eventually become the greatest threat to his existence. But a man who lives by a code is also a predictable man. And Little Billy's greatest strength, that unwavering, white-hot sense of justice, was also the one crack in his armor. He wasn't a cold strategist. He was a man fueled by a righteous fire. His heists on company property were calculated, almost impersonal acts of war. But when the cruelty of the system took on a human face, his response became deeply, dangerously personal. The story they tell is of a new mine foreman, a man named Blackwood, who came to the camp with a reputation for breaking unions and a temper as foul as mine drainage. Blackwood wasn't content to simply enforce the rules. He reveled in the humiliation of the miners. One afternoon, he publicly berated an elderly miner, a man who had worked the seams for 40 years, for being too slow, kicking the old man's lunch pail into the mud and mocking him in front of his crew. For Billy Rhodes, this was not a matter of scrip or payroll. This was an intolerable affront to the dignity of his people. The system wasn't just starving them, it was now spitting in their faces. That night, Little Billy didn't go to the company store. He slipped past Blackwood's own yard dogs, through the window of his private residence, and into the room where the foreman slept. He stole nothing of value. Instead, he took Blackwood's prized double-barreled shotgun from its rack over the mantel, broke it clean over his knee, and laid the two splintered pieces on the pillow next to the sleeping man's head. To the miners who heard the story whispered the next day, it was a moment of pure triumph. But in truth, it was a grave error.
It was the first time Billy had let his anger guide him instead of his reason. He had shown his hand. He had revealed that the way to get to the ghost wasn't to guard the safes, but to wound the community. He had proven that he could be baited, that his fury could be aimed. And in the cold, calculating eyes of the coal company, a man who can be angered is a man who can be trapped. The company, led by the foreman Blackwood, understood its enemy now. Humiliated by the broken shotgun, Blackwood realized that the way to kill a ghost is to attack what it loves. He stopped looking for a man in the shadows and started looking for a lever in the community, a way to force little Billy into the light. And he found that lever in a widow named Sarah, whose husband had been crushed in a rockfall the year before. Sarah and her young son were a symbol of the camp's suffering, and it was widely known that they were among the first to receive the Phantom's nocturnal gifts. The affront, when it came, was an act of calculated theater. On a cold, drizzly morning, Blackwood and two of his hired guards marched to Sarah's shack. In front of the assembled miners heading to the morning shift, he accused her of consorting with thieves and possessing stolen company property. He wasn't arresting her. He was doing something far more cruel. He was evicting her. The guards began throwing her meager possessions out into the muddy street: a cast-iron skillet, a threadbare quilt, a small stack of books. Her son, no older than 7, ran out to grab his only real toy, a small bird carved from a piece of scrap wood. One of the guards deliberately stepped on it, crushing it under his boot heel. The news of this public humiliation spread through the mine faster than a gas leak. For the miners, it was a profound act of terror, a message that even the most vulnerable were not safe. For little Billy, hearing the story passed in enraged whispers, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration of war aimed directly at his soul. The crushed wooden bird, the woman's silent tears, the foreman's smug satisfaction, these images burned away all his caution and calculation. This was no longer about scrip or safes. The unwritten rules of their conflict had been shattered. Blackwood had crossed a sacred line, targeting the innocent to draw him out. In that moment, Billy's mission changed. The cool-headed strategist vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a cold, singular rage. He saw the face of the system, and it was Blackwood's face. The foreman had taken a silent war and made it deafeningly personal. This was the point of no return. To let this stand would be to admit defeat, to tell the miners that their champion was powerless against true cruelty. It would poison the very hope he had cultivated. A response was no longer a choice. It was an obligation. The trap had been set, the bait had been taken, and little Billy Rhodes began walking a path from which there could be no turning back. The character of the Hollows changed. The whispers about little Billy, once filled with a kind of reverent excitement, were now laced with dread. The older miners, the ones with the deepest scars and longest memories, knew what this kind of escalation meant. They'd seen it before in strikes that ended in bloodshed. An attack on company property was one thing. A direct, personal war with a company man was an invitation for a massacre. They knew that when a hornet's nest is kicked, it isn't just the one who kicked it that gets stung. An old miner, a man who had worked alongside Billy's father, sought him out. He met him not in the camp, but in the deep woods, at a place marked by a lightning-scarred oak. He didn't plead. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had buried too many friends. "It's a trap, son," he said, his voice raspy from a lifetime of coal dust. "Blackwood is goading you. He wants you to come at him. He wants a reason to bring in the guns from Baldwin Felts and turn this camp into a war zone. You do this, and every family here will pay the price for your anger." Others sent messages through the silent network of the community. They urged patience. The unions were getting stronger, they argued. Roosevelt's government was starting to make noise. There were other ways to fight, slower ways that wouldn't get people killed. They were offering him a path of compromise, a chance to let his personal fury cool and melt back into the collective struggle. They were begging their ghost to remain a ghost, not to become a target. But Billy's ears were deaf to caution.
From his perspective, their pleas for patience sounded like a quiet acceptance of defeat. How could he wait for a union organizer to arrive next month when a widow and her son were homeless now? His entire existence was built on the principle of immediate, tangible justice. To ignore Blackwood's cruelty would be to break his own code, to betray the very people he was trying to protect. He saw their warnings not as wisdom, but as the fear that had kept them all in chains. His response, passed back to the old miner, was chilling in its finality. He put a woman and her child in the mud. There's no waiting after that. The conversation was over. His actions grew bolder and more personal. He no longer cared about stealth. One night, the two guards Blackwood had used to evict Sarah woke up to find their shotguns missing and a dead blacksnake coiled on each of their doorsteps, a clear mountain threat. Then he went for Blackwood himself. The foreman came out one morning to find a single pristine bullet sitting on his porch railing, a promise of what was to come. The ghost was no longer content to rob. He was now actively hunting. Each act was another step down a narrowing path, stripping away his anonymity and locking him into a collision course. He was ignoring every outstretched hand, every offered exit, his eyes fixed only on the man who had become the embodiment of all his hatred. The company brought in new guards, hard-faced men from out of state who didn't know the miners' names and didn't care to learn them. They patrolled the camp in pairs, shotguns held at the ready, turning the already tense atmosphere into a powder keg, waiting for a spark. The community that had been Billy's shield was now a prison for its own people, and he was the reason. The weight of that knowledge led him to the one place he could think clearly, a rocky outcrop high above the camp, a crow's nest where he could watch the lights of the shacks below without being seen. It was there she found him. Sarah. The old miner who had warned him must have told her where to look. She didn't approach with fear, but with a weary, heartbreaking resolve. She stood before him, a simple woman in a worn dress, and in the pale moonlight he could see the profound exhaustion in her eyes. "You have to stop, Billy," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "This ain't justice. This is just more trouble." She told him how the other women now shied away from her, afraid to be seen as her friend. She told him how Blackwood's men followed her son home from his games by the creek. She explained that his gifts had become a curse, marking her family for persecution. "You wanted to give us hope," she pleaded, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. "But all I feel is fear. Every night I pray you don't do anything else in my name. Please, just disappear again. Let us be." For the first time since his father died, the cold certainty in his heart wavered. He looked at her face, and for a moment he saw not a cause, but a person he was breaking in his attempt to save her. Her words were a lifeline, a final off-ramp from the path of violence he was on. He could listen. He could heed the warnings of his own people. He could melt back into the mountains, let the Union men fight the long, slow battle, and allow the wounds to heal. He could let the ghost of little Billy die, and let the man live. But then he looked past her, down at the company town, lit by the cold electric glare of the tipple, and he saw the bars of the cage. He saw Blackwood's house, warm and bright, while Sarah stood before him shivering. The image of the crushed wooden bird flashed in his mind. To stop now, to walk away, felt like a deeper betrayal than any violence he could commit. It would mean that a man like Blackwood could break a child's spirit and pay no price. It would mean the system always wins. He looked back at Sarah, and the conflict in his eyes hardened back into resolve. "If I stop now," he said, his voice low and final, "then he wins. Then they all win. This has to end with him." He had heard the plea of the widow and chosen the path of the bullet. The final crossroads had been passed. The night of the payroll was a night of ritual. The heavy rains came, turning the camp's dirt streets into a river of mud, a perfect curtain of noise and shadow. Inside the company office, a single lamp cast a greasy yellow circle of light. Within that circle sat Blackwood, alone, the stacks of scrip and the few precious stacks of real dollars laid out before him like a king surveying his hoard. He was a man at the peak of his power, secure in his fortress of glass and wood. He did not hear the creak of the floorboards on the porch over the drumming of the rain. When the office door opened, it didn't swing gently. It was kicked inward, the lock splintering with a sharp crack. Blackwood looked up, not in fear, but in pure, undiluted rage. Standing there, framed in the doorway with the storm at his back, was no longer a ghost. It was a man, soaked to the bone, his face pale and set like a death mask. For the first time, the two men were in the same room, the entire conflict of the hollows condensed into the 10 feet of space between them. Blackwood slowly pushed his chair back, a venomous smirk spreading across his face. "So the rat finally comes out of his hole," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to see what a real payroll looks like?" He gestured to the money on the desk, a clear and final act of mockery. Billy didn't look at the money. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, never left Blackwood's face. The world outside, the rain, the camp, the entire mountain, it all faded away. The universe had shrunk to the size of this one small, lamplit room. "This is for Sarah." Billy's voice was unnaturally calm, a quiet stone in the heart of the storm. "This is for the bird." Blackwood laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He started to rise, his hand moving toward a drawer in the desk. "That worthless woman, that brat, you threw your life away for—" He never finished the sentence. A flash of brilliant orange light filled the room, so bright and so brief it seemed to steal the very air. It was followed by a sound so immense, so absolute, it was more than a sound, it was a physical blow. The single window pane behind the desk shattered, and the lamp on the desk leapt into the air before crashing down, plunging the room into near darkness. The argument that had raged for a month was suddenly, permanently over. The heavy silence that rushed in to fill the void was broken only by the steady drumming of rain on the tin roof and the frantic metallic spin of a single silver dollar that had been knocked from a stack on the desk. It spun on the floorboards, a tiny, glittering whirlwind in the gloom, before it finally wobbled, fell, and was still. In that deafening quiet, Billy stood in the doorway, the cool rain on his back a stark contrast to the sudden, stifling heat in the room. He could smell the sharp, acrid scent of burnt powder hanging in the air. There was no feeling of victory, no satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow emptiness. The ghost of little Billy was gone, and in his place stood a man who had just crossed a line from which no one ever returns. For a long moment, Billy did not move. The only sound was the rain, a constant, indifferent witness. The ringing in his ears slowly subsided, replaced by a silence that was heavier than any noise. The fire that had driven him for months, that white-hot core of righteous fury, was gone. In its place was a profound and chilling emptiness, as if the act itself had scoured him clean of all emotion. He looked at the dark shape slumped behind the desk and felt nothing. Not triumph, not remorse, just the dead weight of a line crossed. A distant shout cut through the sound of the storm, followed by the frantic barking of a dog. The world was waking up to the sound of the shot. The spell was broken. He looked at the desk, at the stacks of scrip and cash scattered by the force of the blast. This was the prize, the very currency of the company's power. It was his for the taking. But he didn't move toward it. He realized with a sudden, devastating clarity that it meant nothing to him. It had never been about the money. He turned his back on the office, on the wealth, on the body of his enemy, and stepped back out into the rain. He didn't run. He simply receded, melting back into the storm that had delivered him. He moved with an animal's instinct, his feet finding sure purchase on the muddy paths he knew better than the lines on his own hand. The cold rain was a baptism, washing the smell of cordite from his clothes, but it couldn't wash the feeling from his soul. The mountain, his lifelong sanctuary and accomplice, was now his place of exile. The hollows and ridges that had once been his kingdom were now the walls of his banishment. From a high, hidden place, the same rocky outcrop where Sarah had pleaded with him, he watched the camp below erupt. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies in the dark as men emerged from their shacks, their shouts muffled by the downpour. A crowd was gathering around the company office. He was watching the consequences of his choice unfold, watching his own legend transform from a whisper of hope into a stark and bloody fact. The law would come now, and the company's wrath would be absolute. He had won his personal battle, but in doing so, he had lost his place in the world. The man known as Billy Rhodes was gone. Only the ghost remained, and its work was done. The ghost was gone, but the storm he had called down had only just begun to break over the hollows. Within days, the camp was transformed into an occupied territory. The company brought in a dozen more guards, hard-faced professionals whose only job was to make the miners pay for the sin of defiance. They patrolled the muddy streets with a swaggering authority, their shotguns a constant, silent threat. The camp, once a place of quiet, simmering rebellion, was now gripped by a cold and open fear. The company's revenge was not swift and bloody, it was slow and suffocating. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. If a community could spawn a killer, then the entire community was sick and needed a harsh cure. Credit at the company store was cut off for everyone. The scrip-to-dollar exchange rate was slashed, rendering their meager pay almost worthless. Every privilege, every tiny bit of leeway was revoked. It was a campaign of collective punishment designed to grind the spirit of the miners into dust, to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The most profound wreckage was left at the feet of the very person Billy had sought to avenge. Sarah became a pariah. To the company, she was the witch who had conjured the devil. Her shack was watched constantly. To her neighbors, consumed by their own new hardships, she was a painful reminder of the trouble, the woman whose name was now tied to a killing. The whispers that had once been of support turned to whispers of blame. The other women would pull their children close when she passed, as if the tragedy were a contagion she carried. The gifts left on her porch had become a curse, just as she had feared. The sacred silence that had once been their shield now became a weapon turned inward. The unified front against the company cracked, splintering into factions of fear and resentment. Men who had once shared a nod of understanding now avoided each other's eyes. Was Billy a hero who went too far, or a fool who had brought this hell down upon them all? The question hung in the coal-dusted air, poisoning the relationships between families, turning a community of brothers into a collection of isolated, frightened individuals. In his quest for a pure, singular act of justice, little Billy had done the one thing his enemies never could. He had broken the spirit of the camp. He had cut the head off the snake, but in its place, 100 smaller serpents of fear, suspicion, and misery had grown. The single shot fired in the company office had not freed them. It had only tightened the chains, and now everyone was paying the price. The law that came to the hollows was an alien thing. It arrived in polished cars that struggled on the muddy roads, carried by men in clean suits who looked at the mountains not with respect, but with a flat, assessing gaze. A company foreman was dead, and the world outside the camp demanded a resolution. But their target, the man whose name was now spoken only in fearful whispers, was gone. A ghost cannot be put in handcuffs. A legend cannot be put on trial. So the law, prodded by the immense pressure and deep pockets of the coal company, did what systems of power always do when they cannot find a culprit. They created one. Her name was Sarah. The charge was not murder, but a tangle of legal terms that meant little to the miners: conspiracy, aiding and abetting a known fugitive. The trial was moved from the local courthouse to the county seat, a stage deliberately set to intimidate the mountain folk. It was a performance for an audience of one, the Blackwood Coal and Coke Company.
who needed to demonstrate that the old code of the Hollows was dead, and their law was now the only law. The trial itself was the very picture of the culture clash. On one side sat the company lawyers, their arguments sharp, precise and cold, twisting the miners' code of silence into a web of conspiracy. Every miner who took the stand and claimed "I don't know" was another thread in the noose they were weaving around Sarah. On the other side, Sarah sat, a bewildered figure of quiet dignity. Her defense was the simple, unadorned truth. She told them about her husband's death, about her son's hunger, about the food that appeared on her porch like a miracle. Her simple truth was like a wooden bucket against a steel dam. It held nothing back. To the miners who packed the courtroom, their faces scrubbed clean but their eyes weary, Sarah was not a criminal. She was a martyr. They watched in stony silence as the life they understood, a life of loyalty, of protecting your own, of accepting help without asking questions, was presented to the jury as a criminal enterprise. They saw the proceedings not as a search for justice, but as the final public humiliation of their community. Their silence was no longer about protecting Billy Rhodes. It was a wall of contempt for the world that was judging them. The verdict, when it came, was a formality. Guilty. The judge, a man who would never understand the desperation of a company town, spoke of the sanctity of law and order as he sentenced her to 10 years in the state penitentiary. There were no gasps from the miners in the gallery. There was no outrage. There was only a deep, collective sigh, the sound of a people having their worst fears confirmed. They had seen the true face of the law, and it looked exactly like the face of the company boss. Was justice served? A court of law had delivered a verdict. A woman was sent to prison. A murder case was officially closed. But in the Hollows, they knew the truth. The law hadn't brought justice. It had simply been the final weapon used to crush a rebellion. It had punished the victim to send a message to the ghost, and in doing so proved that the only real crime in the eyes of the company was to be poor, hungry, and defiant. And what of the other side of this bloody coin? What became of the company that Blackwood served, the machine that had ground so many lives into dust? You might think the death of a foreman would be a blow, a disruption to their operations. But for Blackwood Coal and Coke, it was a godsend. Blackwood was a blunt instrument, and he had served his purpose. He was more valuable to them as a corpse than he ever was as a living man. His death became their martyr story, the perfect justification they presented to the newspapers and politicians for the brutal crackdown that followed. They hadn't lost a man. They had gained a pretext. In the immediate aftermath, the company prospered. With the camp terrified into submission and the last spark of defiance seemingly extinguished with Sarah's conviction, the mine became a model of ruthless efficiency. The new foreman they brought in wasn't a hot-tempered bully like Blackwood. He was a quiet, cold man with spectacles and a ledger, an accountant of human misery who never raised his voice and never had to. Production quotas were met and exceeded. The company store, now without any competition from phantom benefactors, squeezed every last cent from the miners. On paper, in the Charleston and Philadelphia boardrooms, the company had never been stronger. They had won. But a story like this has a way of seeping out of a hollow like a poisonous gas. Men who eventually left the camp carried the tale with them. Union organizers, hearing the whispers, took note. The tale of little Billy and the widow Sarah became a dark ballad sung in secret, a cautionary example of corporate cruelty at its most naked. The name Blackwood Coal and Coke became a stain, a name that would be invoked years later during the larger, bloodier mine wars that would eventually rock all of Appalachia. The company met no immediate justice. Their victory was real, and it was absolute. But in crushing that small camp, they had inadvertently created a legend that would fuel the very movement that would one day challenge their entire empire. They hadn't put out a fire. They had just buried the embers under a layer of dry tinder, waiting for a wind to blow. The years that followed were quiet ones, but it was the quiet of a graveyard, not of peace.
Sarah's son grew up an orphan of the coal company's justice. He was taken in by a distant relative, but he was never truly one of them. He was a living ghost in the camp, a quiet, watchful boy whose eyes held the memory of a trauma the town was desperate to forget. The name he carried was as heavy as a seam of slate, a constant, unspoken reminder of the day the ghost walked among them and brought ruin. He learned early to be silent, to expect nothing, and to work. When he was old enough, he went into the same mine that had claimed his father, a final grim surrender to the system. The community did not rebuild, it scarred over. The names Billy and Sarah were buried under a thick blanket of unspoken agreement. To speak them was to invite bad luck, to pick at a wound that refused to heal. The spirit of open defiance that little Billy had briefly ignited was replaced by a weary, pragmatic obedience. Men loaded their coal, women stretched their scrip, and they kept their heads down. The power of the company was no longer a thing to be challenged. It was a feature of the landscape, as immovable and dangerous as the mountain itself. They had learned the price of a hero, and it was too high. But the story did not die. It seeped out of the hollow and was carried by the men who eventually left for other camps, for other mines. And there, it found fertile ground in the growing union movement. The tale of the widow, the foreman, and the ghost became a recruiting sergeant's sharpest tool. It was told in hushed tones in union halls and secret meetings, a perfect, brutal parable of why they had to fight back, not as individuals, but as one. The blood spilled in that small camp watered the roots of a more organized and far more formidable resistance. Nearly a decade later, a stooped, gray-haired woman stepped off a bus at the edge of the camp. Sarah had come home, but the place she returned to was a stranger's land. Her son was a man now, with coal dust etched into the lines on his face and a silence that mirrored her own. Their reunion was not one of joyful tears, but of a quiet, shared ache for a lifetime of lost years. She lived out her days in the small shack he provided for her, a ghost returned to a place haunted by the memory of what had been lost and what could never be regained. If you drive deep enough into those West Virginia hills today, and you know which forgotten state route to turn off of, you might find the place where the camp once stood. There's nothing there now but ghosts. Kudzu vines choke the life out of old stone foundations, and the rusted skeleton of a coal tipple stands against the sky like the ribs of some long-dead beast. The entrance to the mine is sealed with a slab of concrete, a final grey tombstone for the mountain's heart. The silence is absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling overhead. The company is gone, the houses are gone, the people are gone. But the story remains. It lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story was always meant to live in these mountains, as a ballad. They call it the Ballad of Billy Rhodes, and old men with calloused fingers still pick out the tune on worn-out guitars. The words have changed over the generations, but the core of it is always the same, a story of a stolen bird, a widow's tears, and a single shot that echoed in the rain. It's a ghost story told to children, a cautionary tale about the high cost of anger and the sharp edges of justice. The real monuments to this story aren't the crumbling foundations, but the two simple headstones in a nearby churchyard. One for Sarah and one for her son, who died an old man after a life spent in the mines, his silence as deep as the coal seams he worked. They are the tangible proof of the tragedy. But there is no stone for little Billy. His absence is his true memorial. By never being found, he was never reduced to a simple man of flesh and bone. He remains an idea, a spirit, and his name is still a kind of currency. In parts of those hills, when a new company comes in promising jobs but delivering poison in the water, when the deck feels impossibly stacked against the working man, you can sometimes hear his name invoked in a low murmur. This is the kind of thing that makes a man turn into little Billy. He is no longer a historical figure,
He is a symbol of that final, desperate line between endurance and rebellion. The man is long gone, dust in an unmarked mountain grave, or perhaps an old man who died peacefully under a different name 1,000 miles away. But his spirit? It never left the hollow. They say that on nights when the fog hangs thick and low in the valleys, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you can almost feel him watching from the tree line. He is the whisper on the wind, the shadow that flits at the edge of your vision, the ghost of a name that reminds the world that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, there is a limit to what a man will endure. So we come to the end of the trail, back where we started, with the same question hanging in the air. Was little Billy Rhodes a hero or a villain? The truth, like a mountain stream, is never that clear. He wasn't a hero. A hero saves his people. Billy's righteous fury brought a world of pain down on the very community he bled for, proving that a single act of vengeance can be more destructive than years of quiet suffering. His victory was their catastrophe. But he was no villain. Villains are driven by greed or a lust for power. Billy was driven by a love so fierce it became a fire, and a sense of justice so pure it was blind to the consequences. He was a symptom of a disease, a violent reaction to an unbearable pressure. He was a man who became a monster to fight a monster, and in the end, he was consumed by the battle. In the end, this is a story about the terrible price of a justice that is demanded in a single moment with a single bullet. It's a lesson that individual righteousness, no matter how pure, is a poor weapon against a cold and faceless system. A man's rage can topple a foreman, but it cannot topple a company. All it can do is leave a scar on the land and a ghost in the memory of the people he tried to save. And that, my friends, is the ballad of little Billy Rhodes, a man who loved justice more than anything, but forgot to ask